It's gonna be a party. It's gonna be a party. Hello, 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 everybody. Plugging my phone here so it's not dead. Let us see what is going on today. AMC pre-market up 15 cents. Fisker up 72 to $12. It'll be interesting to see what this does at the gate today. It's looking like it's going to be a wild and crazy kind of day, guys. I am going to be actually taking a look at a couple of different pot stocks today. I want to see over the last month. Yeah, so this one is probably the one I'm looking at. ACB is up 22% here. In the event that Biden wins the election, expect ACB to run like a maniac. If he doesn't, expect this thing to fall back down to 383. So I will probably be looking to take a strangle play on this. But we shall see what we shall see. TipRank's portfolio, for those of you guys that want to check out the portfolio. I always try to stay updated on this, be relevant to you guys. As you will see, we are doing quite well right now, comparatively to the market, up 6% on the month. Year-to-date returns are 4.5%. This is not accurate. The returns are much higher than this, but you'll see that everybody else is kind of suffering through this right now. This will change on election night. You'll see that these either stabilize depending on where people went, but I expect to see a little bit more in the way of gains. Deer Shark, thanks for the follow, man. Much appreciated. Yeah, with this, guys, pretty happy about this. I did change around. For those of you that are watching the positions in here, you'll see that there is a change in position sizing. You'll see that Wader has an increase in position sizing. Recent activity here. Bought more Enercom, bought more Wader yesterday. So that'll be interesting. What's up, Master Cobra Fire? Yeah, so pretty pumped for today. Been really excited for this election. Really excited to see what's about to happen. Virgin, oh no. Okay, so this is not the space. Okay, this is good. This is not the space. Virgin did just launch news that they're doing the 2 VMS Eve flights today. That doesn't mean squat. That's not the space flight. I was really worried about that. I am hoping to get out of Fisker today at some point. And get into space again, in the hopes of riding that up on their launch news. So we'll see what that brings. Space today, pre-market. Let's go over here. Let's go to TD. Yeah. Pre-market, we are looking at space at 1786. Hopefully this comes down today. I'm hoping this declines and I'll be able to take a position in it. Fisker 1210 now, pre-market. I think that Fisker is just going to run out the gate here. I will time it and I will take my exit. Like I said yesterday, if I can make $1,000 on a 2-week play, I'm pretty happy with that. I know there's a lot of people out there that would like to squeeze a little bit more juice out of this, but I'm happy to just watch it do what it's going to do and take an exit when I can. See what the dialogue on Fisker is. There's not a bear to be seen on StockTwits. Nobody's bearish. Nobody's talking. Yeah, the Baba news I think is definitely over exaggerated. Morning. That is right, guys. I am Canadian, so when we're talking about the American election, I don't really have a horse in the race. Ooh, GXO Master, thank you again for the resub. 2 months in a row. Thank you so much. Guys, I am pumped at how much you guys have just been supporting the channel with the subs. It's been huge. If Trump wins again, you'll buy my neighbor's house. Well, I mean, we shall see what we shall see. It's going to be a very interesting day, guys. I have seen nothing to change my my overview of how I see the election playing out. I think the swing states are going to lean, especially with Biden's comment regarding the oil industry. I think we see those swing states go Trump's way. I think we see the Supreme Court come in on a ruling. It's going to be very, very, very interesting for sure. So we will see what we will see on that. It's 9:15 now, so around 9:20 we're gonna get in. Let's talk space. So space, guys. Let's pull up the chart. Big sheet space. So space's window was here, this October 20th. This is what this run-up was onto, their window, and we were expecting an announcement, and there was no announcement. And so that's why it's declined back down to 17. But see that this is the potential here of, okay, well, I'm fairly certain that it's going to make this run. Again, it's a question of when. So for me, if I can move equity from FSR over into space here, I think that's a fairly solid bet. And I'll probably look at exiting FSR, entering and splitting whatever's in here 50-50. Master Cobra Fire getting that sub love. Thank you, GXO, for that. GXO making sure everybody in here is a sub. But yeah, for me, guys, I think I will be splitting the FSR wins in between ACRX and space. And then riding that into the end of November for sure. Guys, I want to say the growth on this channel has been absolutely bonkers. We've got about a 40-man viewership at the start of the week. Last couple of days, it's been 80 people kicking around in here hanging out with us. So, well, you didn't have to do that, man, but I greatly appreciated that. Now, to start the stream, guys, I want to be very clear. I am a degenerate. I am not a financial advisor. Do not take financial advice from me in any way, shape, or form because I don't give it. The reality is, guys, I do this on a personal basis. This is for me. I like to share how I look at things and hope you guys start to figure that out, how to look at things for yourself and make your own decisions. My concern is that I see a lot of people just going in, have you touched DGLY at all? Yeah, I made great money on DGLY. I played it on equity and made money. I've played it on, I still have options open on them. So let's open up the options here. You'll see my DGLY here, my 250 calls for December, doing quite well on those. Got them for 30. I think that I've made 100% on that right now. So yeah, doing really well on DGLY. Yeah, nobody's gonna write that. Come on, I just said I was a basic man, right? I'm not gonna write my own disclaimer. I'm just gonna take it from every single other DDTG-esque streamer out there, right? So easy, so simple. Rocket, I don't play. No, I'm not playing Rocket. Haven't looked at it. Haven't done the DD on it. Don't know what's going on with it. Don't care. So yeah, you guys see I've got waiter calls, AMC puts, space calls, LAC calls. Everything here is calls actually, except for the AMC puts. Mara I think is going to be quite good. Yeah, I think DGLY could go to 7 for equity. I'm not currently in it on equity though. I will probably exit DGLY today. I do have ET calls. Yeah. Yep. I think the Supreme Court rules in favor of the pipeline and ET runs. But that's a play that's a little bit out. DGLY decreased 5.6%. I think we see that run again today, though. I don't know if it runs as much as it was supposed to, but at 250 calls, I'm in a really, really solid position with DGLY right now. DGLY is sitting at 284 pre-market, so pretty happy with that. Let's go. We'll pull up the marbles here, guys. Marbles every morning pre-stream. That's the only time that we do marbles. I never give my entries and exits, guys. I take a position after the fact. I tell you guys that I've taken the position, and I show you that I've taken it. But I never tell you when I'm about to enter. I just do it. And that way I find you prevent the possibility of any kind of shadow trading. I don't give you my entries. I don't give you my exits. I give you price targets on 12 months, and that alleviates me from that. So I don't have to worry about you guys shadow trading me because it's not possible. I'm already in and out of position before you guys realize that that's happened. So there it is, guys. Marbies, whoever wins, I will play against you for sure today. Whoever wins gets to pick the stock that we watch going into the market. Remember, guys, I will be doing a long stream today, so probably to 1 or 2 o'clock, and then I will be coming back at 7 o'clock tonight and doing full coverage of the election until probably about 11 o'clock at night. So from 7 to 11, I will be back. I will be hanging out with all the degens in the Discord that we know and love, and we will be watching the election, see what's going to be happening. You're a professional shadow trader. I mean, there's lots of other stock streamers that you could probably do that with, but I don't provide entries and exits. Yeah, ain't never gonna happen. Here we go. If you're not in, get in. Because if you're not in, you're not in. Where are you? Oh, okay. It's a big old spider web. But where do you go from there? Do you go up? I don't understand. What is happening? Oh, it's a pipe. It goes down. Okay. Oh, there's like a scary face here. Okay. Fuquan. I can't see the track. I don't know. I don't know where you guys are going. I don't know where you guys are going. Okay, now I can see the pipes. Okay, it's like a big black tube that goes down in here. Master Croba Fire in the lead. Look at all the subs, guys. Digging all the blue. Tyrant Cruz is the non-sub pushing for the win here. Let's see if we can do it. I don't know. There's lots of folks. I mean, there's a couple folks here without subs. Most of the people are subbed, so that's amazing. I really appreciate that, guys. Stream is growing by leaps and bounds every day. My thoughts on SQQQ. Through the election, guys, I think there's so much of a gap depending on who wins going one way or the other that in my book it's a strangle play for me on options, which is why I'm looking at a strangle on ACB at some point today. Leaps and bounds? I don't know where I got it from. Winner is Tyrant Cruz. Tyrant Cruz, you get to pick the ticker that we watch going into the market today. Congratulations, sir, on the win. Big win. Big ups. Well done. FSR. I like it. Excelente. That's good for me because I do need to watch FSR this morning. So, voila. Irregardless of a contested election, which I think is the most likely circumstance, I think Trump is going to declare victory as soon as he possibly can this evening. Biden's going to come out immediately and contest it. He already has a legal team waiting for Trump's announcement, and within seconds of Trump announcing it, he will contest it officially. We will have a contested election. It will draw out until the finalized ballots are coming in, and then we will see a legal battle, which is taken all the way to the Supreme Court, in which case I think the Supreme Court will rule in the favor of the results on the night of the election, as they have in the past with precedent under Gore-Bush, in which case we will come to a Republican government. So we'll see what happens. GXO just gifting everybody subs, left, right, and center. Dude, huge appreciation for that. Much thanks. Tyrant, welcome. Welcome to the crew, man. You're in it to win it. I've got some people messaging me here.
Good morning, everybody. Or good day.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's that day. How's Asia feeling about that Alibaba thing?
Alibaba, the people here in my hostel, I think they're not that interested. but they do talk about Trump, and I was surprised. They're actually very pro-Trump.
It doesn't surprise me at all out of Japan. Not at all.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for me, it surprised me because these people that I talk to, you know, they're really like pro-human, or at least they sound like that, really peaceful, and they have a really peaceful character, but they're like, oh yeah, we hope Trump wins, and I'm thinking like, well, but this guy is full of bullshit and probably will start a war sooner or later.
I mean, they're all full of bullshit, but as far as start a war, I think like he is the least war-touting president of them all.
Really, yeah?
Yeah, he's pulled more troops out than the past 3 presidents, and he's brokered peace treaties between Israel and the Middle East with 2 countries that have never had a peace treaty with Israel before. He is one of the best peacetime presidents we've had.
Holy shit! Yeah, I shouldn't throw in like half knowledge like this. It's just my stupid media opinion, but it's just. I mean, we don't have to talk about that he's his own character, right? And
yeah, that's the big thing that a lot of people globally, I'm finding, are able to separate. Of like, yeah, he's a douchebag. So what? It's what he's done that we're actually looking at, which is very different from America, where him being a douchebag is kind of center stage, right? Where the celebrity of politicians is just as important of the actual work that they're doing. So it's kind of interesting to see. We're like, yeah, North Korea as well. So Trump with North Korea, Trump with Bahrain, Trump with there was another one. I can't remember the name of the other Middle Eastern country. But this is why he was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize, is because Obama got nominated for not actually even doing anything. Trump has brokered peace treaties between Israel and 2 Middle Eastern countries that in the entire history of time have never had a peace treaty. It's like, okay, well, that might be worthy of a Nobel Peace Prize in some way, shape, or form. So
I see that, but isn't that also like a little of, like, in terms of perspective, he didn't prevent Hong Kong being acquired or anything? Did he have to, like?
But he had no grounds to do that. What's happening in Hong Kong? The person that needed to step in Hong Kong wasn't the U.S. The person that should have stepped in if something was awry in Hong Kong is the U.K. That's not America's job. And that's the big thing there, is like that is not the U.S.'s job. The U.S.'s job is to react to that agreement, because that agreement doesn't have America as a party, right? It's just England and Hong Kong and China. So America's job is to react to that, and I think that the press secretary, or the Secretary of Defense, Pompeo, did what he should have done, where he said, if that's how this is going to be, if you guys are essentially just going to say that Hong Kong is mini China, we're out, we're leaving. We are revoking any privilege that Hong Kong had, and we will treat Hong Kong as though it's China, if that's what you're doing. And I think that was the proper stance for the U.S. to take. It's not the U.S.'s job, despite what a lot of people think globally, it is not the U.S.'s job to police the world. It is not. I refute that. Absolutely not. It's not the U.S.'s job every time shit hits the fan and everybody else is too scared to do anything for the U.S. to come in guns blazing. That's not their job. Where's Russia? Where's Germany? Why is it the U.S.'s job? That doesn't make any sense to me.
That is true, but on the other hand, like, it seems like they step in when they feel like it, though.
Where?
Like, didn't they had a huge thing going on with the atomic weapons in, I think, was it in Iraq back then?
Okay, so why would they step in with Iraq?
Because of the
because the U.S. does have contracts and legal obligations to Israel.
Oh, okay.
So that's why they step in there, is because they do have legal obligations to Israel.
Makes sense. But then again, it's just my image of the media that he is not a very good president.
Yeah, that's true. The media does present that message.
The question is, what part of it is true and what not? Like, obviously, I know how to take the media, but like, it was just so surprising back then. I remember when I'm still not really into politics and stuff like this, but just seeing what was going on was like, this is gonna be the president? Is he nuts? Like he's just telling lie after lie, and it's like, why would people trust this person?
Yeah, the question
I know
is
that politicians
which
usually
president.
tell
Yeah,
lies,
exactly. That's it. Which president isn't a liar?
Yeah.
Kagri is a German, but he's in Japan, so he provides an interesting dual perspective for me of a European opinion, and he can give us a bit of a feel for what's going on in Asia as far as kind of what people are talking about there, which is
So
super
I can
valuable.
tell you. I can tell you that out of the German perspective, just out of like Berlin, people were thinking that it was nuts that Trump's gonna be president back then.
Yeah.
And they still do. They're still looking at this like, what the fuck? They look at this as if someone completely out of his mind would be elected president, and the USA is gonna go down. Like,
yeah, which is interesting because then you take a look at Europe and it's like, okay, well, Johnson, Macron, Merkel, like, come on, like.
Well, Merkel is actually not that bad. I get why people hate her. I don't really have the opinion of saying like, oh, she's done very well and stuff like this. Compared to others, I don't know how others would have done, but actually what she does internationally is not that bad. I think like this woman has power and influence, I think. But it's then again, it's just the normal media opinion that I can present here. It's not that I am completely into politics. I used to watch it a lot, but it just got too much. Like, but for Japan, how they think on Trump, I think they're very pro-Trump, because they said that the parties that, like, what's this party? Is it conservative?
Yeah, the Republican Party.
Yeah, so they said that whenever the Republican Party was at power, they did very good, or that they had a good relationship with Japan, which I don't know about, but that's what they say, or at least the majority of people that I meet. And to me, when as a European, or as a German, when they say like, "Oh, Trump, yeah, we hope that Trump wins," it's like somebody is standing in front of me and it's crazy. But yeah, that's just the view.
Slotus, we are doing
media.
politics today, but today is one of those rare days where it's both politics and election that we need to watch, right? So I am out of FSR now. That is clear, guys. I have exited that position for a gain. I'm very happy with that.
So politics is cool and all, but did you guys see that Bubba's down 9%?
Yes, I did.
That's fucking insane. I think I'm getting into calls.
Yeah, I think that's definitely overextended. ETM earnings, are those today? Okay, so I need to update tip ranks here. I think ETM does quite well through earnings. Really, really well through earnings. They are just a massive, massive beast. Okay, so what I wanted to do here was take this and go, move the calculator up. Okay, so 3714 divided by 2. Okay, so 1850. 1850 by 180. 1850 divided by 189. Okay, we'll do 975. Okay, and then where is space? We don't have a confirmed date on DGLY and Waiter. We don't know when their earnings are. What was the other one I wanted to take a look at here? DGLY, I want to exit these, so... DGLY. Maybe I hold DGLY actually through the election, I think. Space is currently 1785. So 1785. Okay. Oh, son of a gun. Tell me I didn't buy that in my freaking... Ah! That's a pain in the dick. When you buy inside your Canadian margin account instead of the US margin account because you're so quick to enter a position.
What happens if you just sell it and rebuy?
I would take a loss.
Oh.
I would take a loss in doing so. Because
like significant.
I mean, like, I would take. It's probably going to cost me about $50 to do that. I don't really feel like that's what I need to do here. I might be able to transfer it because I didn't do it on margin. I did it on cash. Look at AMC up 12.5% today. There's a put if I ever saw one. It won't let me do a securities transfer right now. I'll have to wait. Fuck. Oh well. At least I'm in it. Okay, so tip ranks 100 shares of space. Solar Edge is down 20%, so imagine tan is free falling with it, right? And then ACRX, my holdings in ACRX now are 4455. With a dollar cost average of $1.76. Why did that not? Okay. Let's see. Let's pull up TAN here and see what that's doing. Because I imagine that's falling pretty hard here. Yeah. So Solar Edge, guys, is the principal holding of the TAN ETF. So if Solar Edge falls, so too does TAN. But again, much like Yura was saying there with BABA, I think that this is a buy the dip.
Yeah, I got 6 contracts for January.
The only other thing that I really wanted to do today was take a strangle on... Yeah. Yeah. ACB options, November 20th. Anybody got a price on ACB right now?
$4.54.
Okay. So then I gotta go here and here. Oh shit. Got the Canadian here. Gotta be careful with that. ACB. Gotta go with the 6s here.
Order filled.
Oh my god, you freaked me out, Millennial. I thought that
Order
something
cancelled.
filled and I didn't know.
I added to my space position. My idea behind MBRX, I'm waiting on approval for them. That they can cure brain cancer in children is a big deal.
So stupid, but I'm glad that my unconscious nature somehow caught on to this. But it's looking at the seasonality reports from yesterday or whatever, and it was saying that amount of gold is coming into seasonality, and it's usually around the like the bush area for this time, and it's lining up quite nicely with that sentiment, right? And I was like, the amount of gold, why does that sound so familiar? And look at, I have that fucking position. And,
No way.
and it actually aligns with my plans, because like since I have doubled up with what I originally had, I was just gonna take like half and set the keep selling the break-even price because of the election and everything, and then the other half I was gonna keep on because of fear of stimulus talk and all that sort of stuff. But if it's coming in seasonality and it wants to pump up to like $6.50, $7 or whatever, I'll be happy with that too. Like, you know, I'm taking gross plus the 2.5% I take every month or week with this thing, so extra cherry on top.
I was interested in exiting these DGLY calls, but I think given the election uncertainty, we're going to see riding no matter what tonight. I think I hold on to it.
Everybody's boarding up and shit, so.
Look at the SPY go.
Millennial, it's 9:45. Fisker, Millennial, it's 9:45.
I already got it. I already exited. I got it at 12.15. Pretty happy about that.
Yeah.
Took a win.
It's falling up against 12 right now, so I mean I don't really see it unless it bursts past it. Then it could try for 14, but I don't really think it's gonna.
Yeah, I'll add a Fisker. I'm gone. I don't think it has. It should have run harder, and it didn't. So I'm out. I'll take that. That's a win. $900. That's a win. I'll take that. Yeah, a lot of people are thinking that we're going to see the space date with earnings. They have reiterated over and over and over again that it's going to be a fall launch still. So that's end of November. So to think that they're going to give us that information on earnings is reasonable. AMC at 1600. This is hilarious. This thing is going to fall, just utterly obliterate itself over the next week and a bit. I am happy with my ACB Strangle. I am in that.
ACB Strangle. What?
Yeah, I took an ACB Strangle this morning.
This is an anticipation for either side victory, right?
Yeah. If Biden wins, ACB should run. If Biden loses, Trump, we should see ACB fall back down to its $3.50, $3 range. ACB could run as high as 8.
I was gonna say you should have taken it early because the IV is like nearly double on this thing.
Why is the market bullish right now? Because no matter who wins, we finally get past this no stimulus thing. Whoever wins this election, a stimulus is going through. There's no more political gesturing. Nobody cares about who's going to get credit for it anymore. It is literally just make the money. Make it happen. Print. And that'll be the mindset coming out of this. So I think the market has reason to be bullish heading into this, is that government spending will come once we are through this utter shit show that is.
Sweet, AT&T divvies just paid out.
Let's hit the scanners and see what the biggest movers of the day are. Alaska Communications, that's on the acquisition. Not seeing a ton of familiar names. AMC is on here, but again, I think AMC falls. This is just a initial pump post earnings, but their guidance is absolute dog shit.
I was gonna pitch this to you. I only found it late yesterday, but CVS and Walgreens boot, or anything healthcare providers in general, but CVS and WBA or whatever.
Yeah.
Those two are in line with seasonality currently, with them doing virtually nothing, and it's supposed to rally into the winter season, which makes a lot of sense because if you think about it, not only with the flu shots, if there is a vaccine now for COVID, these guys are going to get hit like first.
Yeah.
So,
I'm a big fan of Rite Aid, RAD, because they've got the drive-through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I didn't think of Rite Aid. I was just looking at those two because everybody else was. The other suggestions were like UNH, all these other like expensive healthcare stocks. I'm like, no, this doesn't align with it. They're their healthcare facilities. From what I think they're trying to imply, like healthcare facilities that take care of people or provide some sort of service, not like laboratory equipment or like healthcare labs.
Yeah, Rite Aid's quite affordable right now. $9 a share? I think that's...
Let me look at
it's in a nice spot.
And let me look at the Rite Aid seasonal tendencies.
Who hurt Sedge as a small child? All right, I'm going to grab coffee, guys. Just 2 seconds. I'll be right back. All right.
Okay, so I looked at Rite Aid, and no, Rite Aid's not. It's not the seasonality for it. The seasonality for Rite Aid's rally is late January, early February, up until June. But right now, like at this point in time, it's supposed to make a one of its lows.
You're talking
in middle of
seasonality. That's
November.
not the play. You're not playing seasonality. You're playing COVID second wave.
Well, I'm doing COVID second wave with cures, with flu, and something that has seasonality, like it's seasonally supposed to rise up too. But remember, I don't really care too much about news.
That's true.
I react on behavior.
So you guys will see here DGLY. There's profit takers at the gate, but I think we see DGLY run again today. I think it's going to come back again for another run. Sort these by volume right now. See what's going on. So ACB is currently keeping pace with the SPY, which sounds about right. AMC 5 million. Wells Fargo. Go Wells Fargo, go.
Jesus Christ, FCX just shot up from. Remember how I was like freaking out yesterday, saying that, oh my god, these are huge prints. FCX gapped up today. How's AZN doing today too?
Down, I think.
It gapped up today, but
Really? Where is it? It's up a
51.50,
little.
but
Yeah, it's up a little.
it's still got. It has to breach above 52 before it actually seems like it's good.
Nice, Eric. $200. Nothing to lose your mind on. How out of whack is today to normal trading? I find the term normal trading kind of funny. Every day there is no such thing as normal trading. People are nut jobs every day. It's just a question of what happens, right? Now, I think there's a lot more money in the market today than you would expect otherwise, which is why a SPY call yesterday night. Did you take that, Redemption?
No, my plan was to take puts going into today until the end of the day, and then just reversing my position afterwards. But the IV on this is just stupid. Like, I didn't want to take the overnight chance with it.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. Well,
Yeah,
that space
looking at
play is
the-
almost profitable already, so that's good. I'll take that. Mara
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, looking at the IV for the SPY alone, we're about like 30-40% more inflated than usual. So literally lose half your contract overnight.
Okay, so again, guys, if we're taking a look at this here, what you'll see is that trading pattern of even, and then I crush, and then even, and then I crush, and then even, and then I crush continues to perform. So what's interesting with this month, though, is I'm doing well, but I'm also entering positions. So there is possibility for next month not to be even, but to be another crush. And now I will have a cycling back and forth of I'm both entering plays and exiting plays on a rotating cycle, so I'll be able to actually have a profitable candle every month. It took about 6 months to get that there though. Took a little bit of time, but now we're there. %3 gain so far on the day. ATM starting to go. I'm glad I took my my additional position on that. DCA down to 160 on it.
Oh, you have a better average than I do.
I also have 3,000 shares.
Oh. I keep thinking you only have options, but
I don't. Do I have ETM? Oh, I do have ETM options. Forgot I had ETM options. These DGL Y250 calls are doing really well for me.
oh yeah, so I can go further into it later. But I was looking at this dude's trades yesterday, and something was really off about it, and I didn't even notice the full scope of it. But I showed Rita, and she's like, "This is phenomenal." I was like, "There's something wrong with it. It doesn't fit with this person." And I look, and it said demo. I'm like, "So you have 5 years data worth of demo?" I was like, "Okay, well, demo has unrealistic fills, but that's not the thing I'm worried about. Like, I can't put my thumb on it or whatever, right?"
Yeah.
So I decided to finally look at the trades because something about it didn't add up. Because what I thought he was doing was this thing where you do these quick scalps. I see these like martingale strategies all the time where essentially they just keep doubling down until they win, like, 10 pips or something like that.
Yeah.
And so when I looked at it, I was like, okay, well, there is a semblance of that. They're only using like a small percentage of the portfolio. That could just be discipline, but discipline does not befit this person. So I looked further, and I was like, wait a second. So looking at the loss duration, and I just caught this by accident, but looking at the trade durations, like this person would take like, sometimes a couple minutes to a couple days out, or, a week or two at max, right? Some of his losers, 83 days. Or, in some other cases, yeah, I know I've seen previous trades this person's done, and because I know what they were doing, they were trying to exploit the interest rate difference on this thing, so it looks like he lost money based on the points of it, but he actually made money because every day that you hold this thing, you get an overnight interest rate credit, so you're basically getting paid to hold the trade, right? So I think what this person
I mean, so for everybody listening, what's the value in breaking down somebody else's portfolio like that?
It's to essentially, I've run through all this before, and I've done the same tactics, but you see where flaws form in strategies. But it's also good to know other strategies because once you master a single strategy, there is a point in time where your strategy will stop working. And sometimes this is what me and Rita know as market cycles. So certain environments where your strategy will thrive, like high volatility environments, for example, right? But there are strategies that will fail outside of, like, let's say, I don't know, for some reason they elect Obama for a third term. He's a very boring president. There's not a lot of things polarizing about him. You're going to expect a very orderly, not very volatile market unless it's like super breaking news. Whereas Trump, he's a little bit of an unpredictable factor. So like you think it's going to go one way, like the China deal for the longest time. Like we saw how emotional the market was, jumping up and down with a high range of volatility. So in that case, like, we saw, like me and Rita saw strategies that have failed for years and have never started working because of that, because Trump was in office and because the volatility was just so insane that it was enabling these crappy strategies to actually thrive and actually survive. I'm like, that makes no sense, but it is what it is. But by breaking down certain strategies of other people, that especially if you know where the key weaknesses are, hopefully you can avoid doing it yourself. But like, for example, the weakness in this person's strategy is that they have a horrible risk to reward ratio, and it's very evident by it was seen based on the time of how he holds his trades. you guys think 20 60 cents is good or whatever, but this person takes the, let's say 20 60 cents, the equivalent of shares and everything, but this person also swings about, let's say, $8 worth of their entire thing just for that 20 60 cents. So if you guys think that that's a sustainable risk to reward ratio, it's not. It's, you are literally going to be punished for years, especially if you're shorting that thing. This person's short a is the equivalence of a stock. He shorted this thing for, let's say it's $1 stock. He shorted it every dollar up until $4 before it actually decided to come back to break even. So he was essentially martingaling and just averaging down on a short, which is extremely risky and stupid. But
Baba earnings in 2 days. Yeah, I think taking that long YOLO on Baba is a very, very solid play right now.
even with the IPO.
Chinese government. So people are saying, well, it's Hong Kong or Singapore coming down on Ant. That's not the case. Late last night, the Chinese government actually came in hard on them. Came in very hard on them. So it's less about the Singapore Stock Exchange kiboshing the IPO. It's more so that the Chinese government came in and said, we need to have a bit of a conversation here. SPY 340, is that what's happening today? We're just going to do that?
No, it's too early. Stop.
Look at it.
I know. It's too early. Stop.
AMC's up 13%. This is disgusting.
You knew it was going to happen.
Yeah, just not today though.
Well, just look at Hertz. It's exactly the same thing. Everybody runs to it because somebody thinks the company is going to fail, so guaranteed somebody's going to bail them out.
Yeah, I think we see this fall.
I don't agree with it.
Yeah,
I know. I'm with you. I don't agree with it, but the initial, it's a bargain. Let's catch it.
Yeah,
because it's a Momo trade.
I think the bankruptcy play with Hertz got a lot of people burned real quick on a lot of money, and now that it's OTC, I think it's got a lot of people really wary of the play. So in the way that Hertz bought up for a few days on that, I don't think we see that exact same pattern. With Nikola, it's not just Nikola that we saw take that play. So people say, well, isn't Fisker the same thing? Aren't you just doing the same thing? No, because Fisker wasn't the only SPAC in the EV sector, right? You had Fisker, Nikola, Ride, DHPC, Helion. There's a bunch of them, and they all had the same pattern. So for me, that pattern being repetitive like that, and you'll see it's diminishing returns, right? So Fisker, where's Fisker right now? 1193, right? We didn't. The pattern was similar, but the gains weren't the same. I'm not complaining about the gains. I took decent gains on it, but.
Yeah, today doesn't feel like lot's going to happen until pretty much you have to prep for end of day into overnight until tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I am still wondering if we see an exodus heading into the end of the day, where people are just scared out of their minds. They're not quite sure what exactly is about to happen here.
I don't think it's going to be much fear. I think it's just going to be more so fandom or whatever you want to call it, fanaticism. They're going to think the market's going to go up because XYZ is going to win, or they think the market's going to go down because XYZ is going to win.
Is CNN really the one that controls the fear and greed index?
Yeah.
Fear, fear, extreme fear, extreme fear, extreme fear, extreme fear, extreme fear.
Well, I mean, they have the fear greed index, but I think it's just I think if I remember correctly, it's a derivative of the VIX, which isn't controlled by them.
Some of it. It's got multiple aspects here. So it's got yield spreads, S&P 500 and 125-day moving average, CBOE 5-day average put call ratios, net new 52-week highs and lows, and then a volume summation index, difference in 20-day stock and bond returns, and then the VIX.
Rita was saying that the term structure is already priced in for one party's victory, but I don't know if it changed since then. Because I did mention to her I did see some activity going into the fear, like into volatility, specifically volatility. So
I mean, guys, look at this. Okay, here's the extreme greed. This was in the new year. Look at last time we were down in these fear levels, right? Who wouldn't have liked to take their entire portfolio and dump it into anything here? Right? Everybody. In March, everybody would like to go back and just dump everything that they have into one thing, because everything essentially just doubled or tripled or 10x'd, right? Like it all just took off. And now what do you see? Like, this is us on election day. We're not quite down here, but we're not doing well. Like, this is a lot of fear. So it's a saying that if you're unfamiliar with it, you will hear over and over and over again as you trade. It's be greedy when people are fearful, be fearful when people are greedy, right? Right now, if the index is showing an extreme amount of fear, now's a great time to get greedy. Yeah. And that's not financial advice. That's just my own personal ethos, is that when people are scared out of their skulls, things go on sale in a big way. So I know that there's a couple that I am watching very, very closely. Yeah, I mean, I think DGLY is just going to pop today. They're already 4.5 million in volume.
did you see Muddy Waters' little tweet today?
No, I didn't. Let me pop on over there.
The first of all, let's all stop calling these a-holes militia.
Oh, was that? I think that was yesterday. Yeah, that was yesterday. Or the first.
Holy shit, Tom Nash liked my tweet.
Somebody predicts that San Francisco is going to vote Republican in a few cycles. I love that Muddy Waters is just willing to throw down with legal all the time. They're very quickly becoming like the Scientology of the short community, where they are big enough now that a legal challenge by these big companies does not scare them. They know that they can win in court, and they've got the money to sustain the battle.
Also, because I didn't want to outright say it, I feel like he just copied Graham Stephan's video. Because he already did the research, and hours later, MK just came out with his own little version. I'm like, he's literally saying nothing. He's saying a lot, but he's not saying anything.
Yeah, Blader, I did take a position back in space. I bought in this morning. I took a small position. Small position. I took a... Fortunately, I bought it in my Canadian margin account. I took 100 shares in space. So I've got, is 2,400 Canadian, like 1,600 US in space. Somebody just bet 5 million on Trump winning the election. Yeah, I mean, hold on tight, boys. It's going to be a wild ride. Again, just want to reiterate, guys, I will be back at 7 o'clock tonight. I'm going to probably stick around until about 2 today, if not longer. I may go right until the close today. And then I will be back at 7 to stream the election, and that will just be political coverage. So if you're one of the folks in here who loves to talk stock, but they don't like it when I talk politics, well, that's not you tonight. You do not want to be around for stock talk tonight, because it will not be as much stocks as it will be...
Wrong that my inner anarchist is like, I'm just here to look at the riots that are gonna happen.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw a lot of anarchists actually saying, well, I voted, even though I'm opposed to voting and I'm opposed to the entire system. I voted because I hate Trump more, but I will be there at Biden's inauguration, protesting his inauguration. It's like, okay.
What I find kind of suspicious is because I can't remember if it was actually like confirmed data, but someone made a it was a scientist that made a claim that they noticed that the crime statistics go up when the temperatures go up, and especially like, you know, you take that in consideration with, like, you know, historics and like how most crime is committed during the summer because no one wants to be out there in the cold of winter. We're not having a cold winter in the next week or so. We're actually having somewhat moderate weather, so I'm not saying that we're gonna, you know, the temperature's primed for them to riot and, you know, be out in the streets and stuff, but it's sure looking that way right now.
Long-term holds. Now, when you say long-term, are you talking years? Because I don't really have years. I've got 6 to 18 months, so like IPEX is a 6 to 18 month. ACRX I've been holding since February, so this is a long hold that's currently about to play out. These are extremely long-term holds. SEV and East. SEV is a graphene play. This is a 10 to 15 year play. East is a again a 10 to 15 year play.
Hey, I'm green on Twitter.
Yeah, my space equity just went green as well.
It was nice buying Twitter and seeing it fall 5% in 2 days. But that's okay.
I think graphene is going to go through 3 stages, and then we're in the first stage. So the first stage right now is the potential of it is massive, and there's a lot of people watching it, but the production of it is nearly impossible at the moment with what we know about it. So it makes it really hard for application of what we could potentially do with it. So what's going to happen is somebody will have a breakthrough on the industrial side of graphene on how to produce it, and they will be able to streamline it. And then you're going to see graphene applied to freaking everything. Tires, cars, you name it. Everything. Absolutely everything. And then what you're going to see happen is everybody's going to start producing it, and the value of graphene is going to decline. So for me, SEV is one of the initial... It's one of the largest... one of the largest graphene producers in the world currently. So I think that they're going to be first to market, that we should see this really small Canadian stock actually get a buyout or start producing at a higher level once that technology is available. I don't know anything about Graphold. I traded this on Canadian, and this is more so also an indicator for me that that technology is advancing, because as this goes up, so too will that industry, and vice versa. I didn't exit that. It's just my Canadian margin account. Typically we look at the US one. Unfortunately, today I bought space in my Canadian margin account, which is not what I wanted to do. But I did it anyway because I was just so quick to enter the position. I'm not regretting it because I got into the position at the right time. It's profitable because I entered when I did. But which company does graphene? There's a bunch. It's a material.
Have you heard of flash graphene?
Nope.
It's a new approach where you can make graphene out of pretty much anything carbon-based. It's pretty easy to do. and came out like early this year.
Yeah, I need the flash to happen. Why do I like Mara? Because I'm not paying $13,000 for a Bitcoin, and I see Bitcoin heading into Q1, Q2 going to 15,000, and Mara has 10,000 more Bitcoin miners coming as of April.
Mara, an oil company?
No, Mara's a Bitcoin miner. So I see Mara closer to $10 by April. I think Mara's worth $1 for every 1,000 Bitcoin machines it has. Every 1,000 Bitcoin miners it has. Because once they have those, like the initial cost of those Bitcoin miners is there, but where their Bitcoin farms are, it's not super high cost. I think they run out of Russia, Ukraine, and Mongolia. So the cost of actually running their Bitcoin farms is relatively low. And the initial cost of acquiring those machines is really all that they have. And then they just mine coin. Yep, fuel cell I know about. Fuel cell I've traded in the past. I don't mind it. Again, the green energy sector is not one I'm super bullish on. I did like FCell back when it was at like $1.67. Yeah, I see SPY flying here. I'm still positive on fuel cell. They've got a 15-year agreement with California. If you had to pick a state to have an agreement with on green energy, California's the one. And they're just going to expand, because if fuel cell can prove that their concept is viable and profitable for the city, it will expand outside California very quickly. You will start to see other big cities like New York, Atlanta, Chicago, Detroit, all of them will start to consider it, where they can actually produce funds with their energy. Especially New York State and Detroit.
Marin Redemption, are you seeing a setup for a great put overnight?
Not one that you can execute out of.
Yeah, so Marathon Patent Group, guys. Contracted by 10,000 more next-gen Antminers. They already have 2,500 miners. So they're quintupling what they currently have. So they currently are producing 110 terahash a second. Now they're going to add 1.10 exahash to their mining capacity. If you want technicals on that, you'll have to ask somebody that actually knows about crypto. But what I know is if you're currently running on 2,500 miners and your stock is worth 220, when you've got 10,000 additional miners, you should at least quadruple, right? If you're going to quadruple your output, and the only value in your company in reality is your mining, I just see that going up. That's if Bitcoin stays the same. I see the potential being that much more if Bitcoin starts to make a rise to 15,000, which I think is extremely likely. No, I didn't. I'm not going to look into... Yeah, I'm not going to become knowledgeable on Bitcoin because I'm not actually playing Bitcoin. I'm just playing the hype around the Bitcoin sector. So I know people that have their Bitcoin tinfoil hats on are very strong on Bitcoin. I don't care about the halvening. I don't care about all the skepticism around it. I'm playing the psychology around Bitcoin, and that is that people are talking about Bitcoin now more and more as the new gold. It's a safe haven. It's a safe currency you run to when shit hits the fan, and I think shit's going to hit the fan.
So when everybody starts talking about buying it, doesn't that mean you need to sell it?
No, more so when people are talking about their uncertainty with the U.S. dollar right now, that's what has my attention.
It was partially a troll comment, but yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you can just use the same indicator I do. Think of the most dumbest person you can think of, like the person that's always wrong about shit. And
yeah, I got it.
When they start talking about it.
Yeah.
It's usually a good sign that it's ran its course. It's time to reverse.
Yeah, so I mean, what backs Bitcoin? People. People back Bitcoin.
Energy.
People. Yeah. Someone makes a
This
claim that
2
it's
days
an
in a row
energy
we get
back,
ginger?
but I don't think it's energy.
I think it's people backed as time goes on. I agree.
I think it's a psychology play, which I'm really I do all right with. My batting record on playing people's mindsets and thought processes is fairly good. I got to do better on my price targets because I often overextend the price target. I'm a little too optimistic, but the movement I'm correct on, which is fine. If I have to take smaller gains than I had initially thought, oh well, right? Like, so ACRX, for example, if I don't 10x on ACRX, I only 6x, I still went 6x, right? Oh no, you didn't do 1,000% on a play, you only did 600? You know what I mean?
Mere peasant.
Oh, jeez.
I know K-Tov. I am familiar with K-Tov. There was a certain person that I used to trade with and around that was a big fan of K-Tov, which is probably why I'm not in K-Tov. But yeah, I'm aware of it at least. Warning, one of your stocks is in your portfolio and was downgraded to bearish. Buy premium to find out which one it is. Mm-hmm. I'm just waiting for the Chicken Little moment on the market. It's going to happen at some point today. The bullish sentiment's great, but at some point somebody's going to call Chicken Little and this thing's going to fall.
Holy crap.
I think
Oh
it went up
my
too fast.
god. The IV? Have you seen that?
Yeah, Redemption was talking about it, that it's out of control right now.
It's been out of control for 2 weeks. It's even more to, like, for tomorrow. What we normally see as 20% is now 45%. That is insane. You're right. There is no reason to take anything right now.
It's already been priced in. Like
unless you're selling it.
When they were doing the when Rita was talking about the VIX term structure,
yeah,
and how they were pricing in for the election, the time to do it was like a month or two ago.
Oh, I mean, absolutely right. I mean, if you're doing a day play, IV doesn't matter. But if you're trying to do overnight or into like the election, you missed your boat long ago. But no, it's just interesting looking at these day plays. 50% on a 330 put right now. So something that is $7 out of the money is sitting at $2.
Order
premium.
filled.
Not only that, look at the data crush on that thing.
I'm not even looking at that part of it.
Yeah, you lose like at least if you're lucky, you lose at least like 30% minimum of
honestly,
Order filled.
this is perfect for selling, not for buying at the moment.
I wouldn't be selling either.
Oh, I wouldn't take the risk.
I keep forgetting that you guys can hear the order fields from IB.
We didn't hear it.
My chat heard them.
There is an idiot that is testing a system on paper that I know of that's gonna fail because this person's claiming this person's selling the contracts, which I don't deny is a good idea to sell contracts, but a volatility event like this is not very favorable because the way they're selling it is they're essentially risking $60 to try. They're risking $1,400 to try to make $60. If you if you have that kind of,
it takes one time to take out 20 wins.
Their claim is that of the times you get steamrolled, you'll make more than enough to cover the times you get steamrolled.
So you're telling me that he's predicting a 95% win rate?
He's proclaiming a 90% win rate.
That still puts him negative.
Data. He says he has like 2 years worth of data where he's positive.
No,
not you. Someone else. Something I came across yesterday where this person was testing this person's put selling test for the SPX. Oh, he's actually doing futures options too, which is even worse. But yeah, sorry, he's claiming that he has a 94% win rate and has a total return of 283%. I haven't read through the entire strategy yet, but like I just don't like it. I find it absolutely disgusting.
That risk is insane.
Perspective. Yeah. So his average win is for this person, not the person testing it, but like for the person who he's trying to shadow trade off of, is so the metrics are winning trades 95% in 2019. Average win was about $1,600. Average loss was about $15,000. His return on the year though was about 107% or $85,000. And then 2020, he's done about 95%. Sorry, 94% in his current win rate. Average win is about $2,300. Average loss is about $1,800, which I find that kind of funny how that kind of scaled for his risk to reward ratio is the same. The return he says is 175%, and he said he's made about 161,000 this year.
I don't know. I can't see it.
Put out a trade yesterday. It was a SPX put spread between 30.75. November 4th, 30.75. And then, so it's expiring tomorrow. So, the 30.75 bought at 29.25. They even have access to futures options.
What was the last name of your favorite teacher in the final year of high school?
I never graduated high school, so it's hard to say.
I didn't like
no,
any
this
teachers in
was
high school.
I have the same boat, millennial. I stopped in junior year.
I don't know what junior year is. We don't do that in Canada, but
Year 11.
11.
oh yeah, that's when I got out too. I had this thing where I liked money and I wanted to make more of it, and I realized that high school itself wasn't profitable. I could just get out into the market and make money now. So
I still got a GED, but I finished school in a week.
Yeah,
did
I didn't
junior
get
and
the
senior year in a week on PC.
I didn't get the GED.
That's fucking stupid.
I just went into working.
Yep. After those 2 weeks, I just started working.
My senior year, I needed half a credit to graduate. So I had to go 8 hours a day just for half a credit.
Which is why,
Because,
ladies and gentlemen,
attendance matters.
all right, I did a crazy thing.
Uh-oh.
I bought a Kodak June 18th $40 call.
It's only $40. Well, and hold on, how many?
One, just one.
Then that's fine. If it's under $50, you're never going to get any scrutiny from me. I've done some stupid stuff for $40, and I made a good amount on Netflix that one day. When Rita the whole time was like, "Nah, Stubby, you're making a mistake."
He just said, "Fuck it."
I
did. I said, I'm just going to do it.
DGLY has been quite kind to me here. I'm wondering if I'm just getting greedy, because like it's tripled up.
DGLY?
I'm wondering if I just take the 300% on it.
Everything's running. Holy shit.
Yep.
I know, right?
My portfolio's stagnant.
I'm up like 1 1/4 on the day.
Check my long-term portfolio.
How's Space doing? Oh no, look at Space. Yeah, I got in Space at the good time. I'm okay with that. Because Space they're flying 2 planes today, and then we've got earnings on Thursday. When is ETM's earnings redemption?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, what?
Go ahead, take care of Millennial's question.
ETM earnings.
It's the 6th.
Oh, it's Friday.
It's Friday. Yeah. I think it's before market open too.
Ooh, I'm so excited.
So this person, I don't know if this is accurate or not, because I don't think I'm doing this correctly. But for the XPS credit spread that he has, full put, blah blah, 9 contracts. He says he's risking about 135,000. I'm showing something drastically different. I'm seeing a max loss of 1.2 million. So I don't know if that's accurate or not. But he said he sold this for for $4.60 credit. So he's looking to make About $4,100. Would you guys risk 1.2 million for $4,100?
No.
Never. No.
That sounds fucking retarded.
It's
You'd
like
get more out of a high interest savings account.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, you know, understanding like other strategies, because something doesn't add up about this like 95% win rate, and like, you know, this person's like literally doubled or tripled their money within the year. If you're doing the wheel, I can understand that, because essentially you are collecting the credit, but it's not, the wheel is not 100% like that either, and I don't doubt that. But
Jimbo,
this
that would
just
be
seems
another
off.
great suggestion. That would be another fantastic suggestion. Why not just buy something with a decent dividend? Exactly.
Exactly. You would make more.
Exactly. ETM is a play that I have to give credit where credit's due. Is a play redemption brought to my attention. Just, you know, we kind of reasoned out what we think it's going to do with political ad spend, with them having already paid the price for their transition to podcasting, as well as their position in sports broadcasting, as well as now a huge deal with FanDuel for the next 5 years. Entercom, in my books, hasn't recovered from the initial fall from COVID. I think earnings into January, we see them go back up to $4. So I'll take a 300% gain. Now, again, remember what I said earlier is I'm a little bit overreaching a lot of the times in my price target, but again, if it doesn't go up to $4 and it only goes to $3, okay.
Redemption. I'm thinking of taking a SWBI, Smith & Wesson, just a $1,000 position for a possible $100 risk. So
GXO, that's genius, man. That's exactly it.
He said that the actual place ammo. Which
I wasn't even referring to that. I'm talking about civil unrest.
I'm still a believer in ammo, but I don't know, because they said that
Ammo's RGR, right?
OLN.
OLN, yeah, that's right. Well, no, not OLN, yeah.
Well, Walmart said that they pulled their...
They put them back.
They still have the stock.
No, they pulled them back. So Walmart pulled them off the shelves and put them in the back area. You
Yeah.
can still buy them.
Yeah.
You just couldn't have it on the shelves.
Which makes sense. If people are going to riot and loot, you don't want guns on the floor. That's like, duh.
But they put them back on the shelves.
Guaranteed they go to the back tonight.
They should if
Yeah.
they don't.
They're going to be in a gun safe tonight.
Well, if I do the same play, which would be OLN, it would be hitting the lows over the last 5 days.
So guys, I entered Kodak just now in June. You guys heard me say that. You heard the order filled. My thoughts on Kodak is they still have a $700 million agreement, potential loan to making generic drugs for the government. I think that we're going to see approval on that regardless of who wins, because I mean it's already lined up. Is there an issue with the SEC on that? Absolutely. But that's ultimately not going to affect the company as much as it's going to affect the CEO. The CEO is implicit, I think, in illegal trading, insider trading, but the company itself isn't going to be held accountable for that. I still think we see the $700 million go Kodak's way. They are still pushing ahead irregardless of the loan to make generic drugs, which is still going to be a huge market. So I really am bullish on Kodak into June, and I know a lot of people laugh like, oh, it's a camera company, that's hilarious, you're an idiot. Okay. My response is okay.
I took it. OLN has earnings end of day tomorrow as well. And if you've been trying to find ammo, you cannot find ammo anywhere right now. So I'm going to risk it for the biscuit.
This can't be correct. The regions got paid to use electricity as prices fall below zero.
But then again, I have a 10% trail stop loss, so the worst I lose on this is $100. So what's the worst that can happen, right?
This Kodak call, though, guys, if Trump wins, is just going to fucking soar. If he doesn't win, I think it still goes, but it won't soar overnight. But if Trump wins...
You think so? For Kodak?
Yeah. Yeah. Because that's one of the platform promises with Trump is that he's going to restock the national stockpile. And they're going to do that with generic drugs, and he's going to do it stateside. Kodak will get the loan. It'll get pushed through.
So I don't know how I feel about this millennial because, I mean, I'm not saying it's a shithole. Hong Kong's a very nice city, but the real estate was just enormous. Like the wealth and inequality and stuff like that. I find it weird for me saying that, but like the inequality there was insane. But this is out from the Globe and Mail. Canada ready for large-scale evacuations of citizens in Hong Kong if needed.
Again, I don't know why we are tied to Hong Kong in any way as goes Canada, but I mean, to each
I mean,
their own.
like, I'm not opposed to it, but it's just that I think that I'm just curious though, like, you know, from a monetary perspective, it would make sense because like a lot of rich people did live in Hong Kong to not get.
Yeah, but
like,
we already have China dollars, and what we're doing is pissing off China more and more and more and more. And I don't think that that's a good political stance to take, especially when you're China, when you're Canada. We are not a big player. We are not a big military threat. We are not a large economy. We should not be pissing off China, and we are, and we continue
he's already
to.
spat in the face of Trump, so he has no one to run to too.
That's it. Like Trudeau has effectively alienated himself from the UK, the US, and now he's pissing off China. Like who are you running to? Who is your shelter? Who is your safe haven? You think the EU's got your back when you've pissed off the US, China, and the UK? Like guy's a joke. Guy is a joke. It's interesting because this is illegal in Canada, what they're doing here. I'm watching Reuters right now, and they're filming people as they go to the voting stations. Trudeau's term is up as soon as we get a vaccine, because there will be a non-confidence vote placed against him.
They're gonna say something like, you know, Section 230, you know, you can't, we're not a publisher and shit. You know, I'm surprised I haven't seen that one meme where it's like, you know, a certain political party. Remember, the vote is on November 4th or whatever. The disinformation campaign where they tell them to vote a day later when it's too late.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trudeau's term is up in 2023, unless he. I don't know. He keeps trying to buy votes with non-confidence, and I think I'm not a big fan of the NDP since Singh kind of. I think he lowballed that offer, the leverage he had on Trudeau for that non-confidence vote.
Hey, when's the Apple event again?
The 10th?
Today? No.
The 10th?
I mean, this is really interesting, where they're claiming that stock prices under Obama perform better than under Trump. Is that true? Is that a real thing?
I've seen this argument before. You have to look at what the Fed policy was at the time. Anytime you have economic tightening, then the market does very poorly. But every time you have economic loosening from the Fed, then you see a market run.
Okay, so Obama was in office from when to when?
2000 something till 16, 2012 to 16, and then 2008 to 2016, I think, or no,
2008 to 2012, 2012 to 2016. Okay, so just from, let's take Obama's last 4 years, okay? Obama's last 4 years, 2012, SPY starts at 127.34. By 2016, it finishes at 199.46. Okay? Trump picks it up at 199.46. SPY is currently 337. Yeah, I mean, if they're ranking unemployment by current unemployment as of right now, I think that is a like, this is what you're counting. You're counting COVID unemployment. Like, look at unemployment was at all-time lows under Trump. I think if you're going to compare apples to apples, you take it pre-COVID, not where it is as of this second. Trump unemployment was all-time lows. Average hour earnings were all-time highs. Like, he kicked the crap out of that. Even Powell gives him credit on that one. Exports, like, again, you're counting a complete destruction of the global trade against Trump. Like, like, come on, guys. The entire world shut down, and Obama wins by a hair on the entire global economy shutting down for 6 months. Come on. Like, I want them to do the exact same thing that they did, but take it from January. And that's all I'm saying. Take it from January. Yeah. Absolutely ludicrous. All right, let's go check on the runners and see if there's anything crazy happening. They could have extrapolated from pre-COVID. That would have given Trump the election. Yeah, maybe. My election prediction is that we see... Hold on, I'll give you the full walkthrough. I am still in ETM, yeah. I'm holding into January. Ish. U.S. stimulus compared to other countries is also pretty bad, though. I'm not sure what you mean by that. The U.S. has single-handed... Like, it's not even close. We're not even in the same ballpark. The U.S. has destroyed, by sheer numbers, the amount of money that it poured in. The U.S. has beaten the EU in the amount of money that they've flowed in. The actual stimulus dollars that they put in, as well as the executive orders that Trump pushed through. The U.S. is unparalleled in the amount of money that they've pushed into the economy. Absolutely unparalleled. They are by far and above the largest stimulus. They beat the entire EU. My election prediction is this. Tonight, what we are going to see is out the gate, when the polls close at the end of the night. Well, you can't compare it because it's an entire... instead of it being a single country, what you've got is they're independent countries, but the EU dictated the stimulus to everyone involved in the EU. That was the big thing. That was the big thing that they were fighting about, is stimulus agreements for the EU were dispersed across the EU. So I consider the EU, when you add up all of those countries, to be similar to the US as far as being a financial powerhouse. So when you look at the amount of money that they put in, the US just kicked the crap out of everybody. There's nobody else that came close. When we're talking the trillions and trillions of dollars that the US poured in, it's not even close. But yeah, my election prediction is this, guys. Because the Democrats leaned so heavy into mail-in voting and the Republicans did not, Trump is just to go to the polls and vote. What we're going to see is out the gate tonight, the polls close and Trump will declare himself a winner, even though all the votes haven't been counted. But on the night of, it will look like he's won the Electoral College again. Now the Democrat, he's already has his announcement prepared for as soon as the last poll closes tonight, we won. Biden will have an immediate response of no, you didn't. We will then go back and forth for about a week and a half, at which point there will be legal battles over which states should have a recount and why they should have a recount. And ultimately, they will draw it out legally to the point where the Supreme Court needs to come in. So it will essentially go to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court, I think we can all safely say, are going to lean to the precedent of the Bush-Gore ruling, which is the person who declared the victory on the night of is the one that takes the election. They will hand Trump the election regardless of recounts and actual votes. That's my prediction. Now, a lot of people have said that's a pretty far-fetched scenario. Who knows? We'll see. House and Senate. I think we actually see a Republican Senate, Democrat House. I think very little changes. I think we still see a Republican Senate. I think we still see a Republican Oval Office. I think the House is still going to be Democrat. I think it would be very, very interesting to see if Pelosi is placed as the head of the House again, though. I'm not sure that she would retain that. I don't think the House and Senate change. I don't. I think we see them stay the same. I don't buy the blue wave. I don't buy the red wave. I think we see nothing change. I think we see it pretty much the same. I'm a bigger fan of gridlock in the U.S. I'm a bigger fan of a gridlock. It's like a minority government in Canada. Very little changes. The parties are forced to work together, and there's checks and balances that way versus a blue wave or a red wave. Yeah, exactly. House is the popular vote. Senate is the Electoral College. Similar but different. So Obama's bailout went to institutions. It went to the financial industry and went to large corporations. The stimulus money that we saw had a lot of money go to large corporations, but the PPP funding as well as the stimulus checks was unique to this situation. You've never seen the amount of money that was handed over to the American people like was done through this. Obama's stimulus, and even for those of you that remember, Bush also did a stimulus to the country as well. Post 9/11, there was a check sent to every American home, but it was smaller than what you can compare with. Also, the federal government injected cash into the unemployment, and you have to take that into account as well because that was approved under executive order from Trump. So there's a lot more money that's gone directly to Americans as a result of Trump's policies. It's an unparalleled stimulus. You've never seen money like this handed directly to the people. And there's no other country in the world that can claim that they've put the same amount of money. And that's hard for a lot of people to hear, and I understand that, but it's a reality. And now the argument of, well, we need more, well, that's a different argument. I think every country in the world would say we need more. There's people actually starving to death in South America. Africa is struggling like you've never seen before. They were already fiscally struggling. This is that much worse when the major global economies are worried about themselves instead of how to help Africa. There's huge suffering across Africa right now. Places of disparity and poverty are suffering that much more because countries that are first world or second world economies are focused on themselves at the moment. I mean, it'll be interesting. We'll see how the election goes for sure, but that's my forecast on it. I'm also, tomorrow morning, if Biden's announced, it's like, okay, and now what do we trade? I already have my pot strangle in on it could go either way. My portfolio, as far as like, am I concerned about what my portfolio is going to do through this? Not really, because I don't think there's a lot of confidence that happens either way. I think Bitcoin still is going to continue to run, so I'm happy with Mara. ACRX has nothing to do with who gets elected. That has everything to do with the fact that we're in a second wave of COVID. There's an opioid shortage, and the U.S. military has approval on ACRX, as well as there are now 3 sales teams working to sell ACRX, so that one's insulated from that. ETM is on political ad spend, so that play is unaffected by who wins the election. It's just the fact that this election had the single highest spending out of any U.S. election in history as well, with Biden, with the Democrats exceeding Republican spending by almost double. it was a crazy amount of political spending. So ETM should do quite well through that. And then Wader, again, is a COVID second wave. It's insulated from the political side of things. It has more to do with how the actual economy is doing, or how the COVID is doing. Space is a trend play into Space is a trend play on the upcoming launch. That's the only play there. So when are your exits for ACRX, ETM, Wader now? ACRX, my exit isn't actually on their earnings. I know a lot of people are talking about ACRX earnings as a possible out. I'm actually waiting on the military budget approval, which is the end of November. So I think ACRX will run on their performance. I think Q1 is going to look really strong for them as well, their Q1 earnings, because November we're going to see what the military spending is. Currently, we already know that they have an agreement with the U.S. Army, but they did receive formulary approval, joint deployment formulary approval, so the JDF, which allows them to actually be purchased and included in kits for not just the Army, but the Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, Space Force, and domestic national stockpile. So if I believe in Kodak being used to store the national stockpile, and I think that either way Biden and Trump are both going to buy up the national stockpile, I think the Soviet is going to be included in that stockpile, especially given that we are in an opioid shortage. So I think ACRX is a big winner heading into Q1 as well. So my exit is not on this earnings. My exit is further out. But I do think that there's huge potential for it heading into Q1. But again, my price target, my PT on ACRX from back in February was $8 to $10. I still am confident on that price target. With ETM, my exit is somewhere in January-ish. Seasonally, that's what we're looking at. I may decide to exit early depending on if I see other plays happening. Again, I've mentioned Kodak at $7 is quite appealing to me. I may exit ETM a little bit early, end of December, in order to move money over into additional plays. Wader is just a play on earnings, so whenever they drop their earnings, I will most likely exit post-earnings. But we'll wait and see on that too, because if I feel that there's potential of a buyout from Uber based on how it performs through earnings, I may stick around for a little bit longer. So there's a whole bunch of different factors there. I'm going to be right back, guys. I need to go get myself another coffee. I will see you guys momentarily.
God, they're making up new diseases now. Election stress disorder. Like,
there is decent long position on ACRX, and we'll see how much I do take out of it, how much I let ride. It does have Orange Book into 2035, 2030. So there's lots of time for it to continue to making profit off of it. They also have Zalviso. They also have Europe. They also have China that they could be bringing their meds into. So there's lots of opportunity there for sure.
Millennial, God, my fucking feed is just poisoned with this stuff now. But CBC is saying that there's a new they're touting this like new disorder called election stress disorder now.
Of course. Do I get to claim CERB on that, or? I've got CBC anxiety disorder. Do I get to claim something on that?
I have not enough money syndrome. Can I claim that as like can I claim that as $100,000 a month? I need $100,000 for YOLOs every month. It's a deficiency. Can't help it.
Yeah, I need a clinic for tendies, right?
You know, one benefit to you. I know the government's always asking what's the benefit for me, but one benefit for you is that you use the taxpayer money to give to me, and I'll YOLO it. And any sort of profit I make, I'll give you 2% of that profit. You just got to keep the money coming. It's literally like getting a free $100,000 lottery ticket. I don't know if that's Lolo or not, but yeah. So Lolo, yeah, no, it's your strategy. If it does work in tandem with your strategy, sure, but don't go out of your way to add that sector. It's a very, like you said, it's a very broad sector.
I know in Canada the only requirement for elections is that they have to provide you a 6-hour window in which you can vote. So you can work during the day. You aren't required to have paid leave, but you do have to have a 6-hour window to vote. So typically, what employers will do is they shift the hours on the day so that if the polls are open from, let's say, 8 to 7 at night, the people that work in the morning can only work until 1, and the people that work at night can only start at 1. And that way they've got or start at 2. And they kind of just do an overlap shift in between, and that way everybody's got 6 hours, 3 hours before, 3 hours after, or 6 hours before, 6 hours after, and they play it that way. So SPY is showing itself to be resilient here, guys.
Okay, good. The odds came back. 270 now for Trump. I just need you to go at least 10x of this odds. Then I'll lay down my bets. I think the best part about actually, you know, the funny thing, millennials, that what's it? Bet winnings are not counted as
Capital gains?
Yeah, capital gains, or it's not taxable, right?
Not here. In the US it is.
Yeah, in the US it is, but in Canada it's not. So I mean, like, I really wish that the odds for Trump winning this sourced astronomical means, because that would just mean, like, if you were to take a huge YOLO into that thing, it's not taxable. They can't claw it back from you. That's the best part, and you don't have to contribute it to your income.
$400 million in bets from one European sportsbook. As of 8:30 this morning, it's crossed the $400 million threshold. Europe has voted that much, or has bet that much on who's going to win this thing. It is the most wagered on event in Betfair's 20-year history. That's sporting events included. So, Premier League, Super Bowl, none of them have come close to this. Thank you. That right there is Pizza Hut pizza. Solo. Looks like an EV vehicle. All in, yeah. Yeah. I mean, we don't have a ton of choices in Canada as far as pizza goes. We don't have Papa John's. We don't have Papa John's. I don't have what's around here. There's no Little Caesars. There's no Papa John's. There's no Domino's.
Papa John's is nasty anyway. And anybody in chat that says otherwise, come at me, bro.
We've got Pizza. We've got Pizza Hut. And then there's like local places. Yeah. Normally I would order from a local place, but Pizza Hut had their 5 for 5 for 5 thing, and when you're feeding 10 people, that's where you go. I don't mind Pizza Hut. That's true. If you're in Toronto, you probably do, but updates on the ETF. We haven't actually updated them. We have not updated that ETF. There's the link, though, where you can check out that second wave ETF. I'll come back to that probably after the election.
KBE print, S&P 500 banks.
No problemo. So the Biden portfolio right now, guys. So I entered this start of October. And if you had entered this with $100,000 at the start of October, you'd be up 12.3%. The Trump portfolio, you would be down almost 5%. Which means one of two things. Either that these portfolios are indicative of the way the election will go, or these two portfolios are indicative of the polls, in which case this makes sense, and these Trump stocks are actually by the dip stocks. End of day today, I should mark down where these prices are, and then watch them tomorrow morning. See how quickly that shifts. Now, Trump has not said that he's anti-EV, but I think that there's enough market sentiment that has him anti-solar, pro-oil, that we do see a decline. Democrat-focused ETF debuts. Yeah. ALNA is a 12-month hold at least. They are only entering Q1 trials. Or phase 1 trials. Yeah, so this right here is illegal in Canada. You can't do this. You cannot film people at their voting booths. This is not allowed. I think if people are buying the SPY on equity, they're buying it thinking that regardless of who wins, the SPY goes up. If Trump wins, the SPY goes up. It doesn't go down. All right. People are saying Trump is tweeting about the votes in Pennsylvania, so I want to see what he's saying about that. It really depends. If it's Trump resuming office, it would be faster. If it's Biden, inauguration will happen in January. You probably see a stimulus pass shortly after, 2 weeks after. But again, that depends on if we do see a blue wave. They would need to sweep the Senate for that to take place so quickly. I don't think you see the effects of a stimulus until April. And this is something Yer and I have talked about quite a bit, but I think you're waiting into April. For anybody that's logging in here and just joining us and going, well, this isn't really about stocks. You guys are talking so much about politics. I don't know what you expected today. This is what's happening. This is it. The whole world is watching the election. If you think that there's anything more important than this right now, I'm happy to hear your insights, but I would disagree. Yeah, today is politics day. Love it or hate it, that's what it is. I think if you're trading this market and you don't realize the importance of what's happening here today, whether you agree with politics or not, I don't care. This is directly going to affect your portfolio. I am not still holding GameStop. I sold. I'm actually going to be looking to take a put against them after their Q4 earnings. I'm seeing a lot more of this as well, guys. A lot more of the African American voters coming in and offering that message of there's been a lot of support behind the Platinum Plan. I understand that if you're not positive on that, but do I time a put play post earnings? No, I would enter the put after earnings. Hold on, I got a call from New York here. Let's see. Hello.
Hi, this is Fast Funding. You have been pre-approved for a loan of up to $250,000. Press 2 if you're interested and would like to speak to one of my reps. Again, press 2 if you're interested to speak to one of my reps.
I'm not going to Kit Boga the dude. You guys press 2. I want that sweet loan. You give me that loan, I'll take it. I'll run with the bank to it. I don't screen them. I answer them. A big one in Canada is they call you and say that the IRS of Canada is going to take legal action against you if you don't talk to them. And so I immediately called. I go through and I talk to the rep and I go, take me off the list, take me off the list, take me off the list. And all you hear is a click. And it's like, yeah, if that was actually the IRS, they would tell me to shut up and listen. That's true. You could take stonk money on that. I will say this. If Trump wins today, both the mainstream media, I'm not saying they will, but they should. The mainstream media and the polling stations need to reconsider how they evaluate things because both will have shown themselves to be completely out of whack with the vote. And they'll have to recognize that. The first time around, they can say it was a fluke, it was a one-off, but CRA collections, Canada Revenue Agency collections will call you on the phone. Yeah. And again, that is my Trump has his acceptance speech written for the second the last poll closes. Trump will immediately announce that he has won, and Biden has his response immediately ready to go if the votes are not in. Do I expect a bear market with Biden? No. Mm-mm. I expect to see a devaluation of the U.S. currency because he's going to spend $5 trillion. ADHD, I don't see a housing collapse until after the next Canadian election. Yeah. I can say this. If the polls close tonight and they show that Biden won, Biden won. I think that's the only conclusive evidence we can have tonight. If the polls come in and say that Biden won tonight, Biden won. Yeah, please stay home tonight, guys. Don't go out and party. Yeah, the streets are going to be nutty, I think, regardless of what happens. I think there's nut jobs on either side of the equation there tonight. Exit polls are going to be extremely inaccurate tonight. They will not be indicative of the final count, irregardless. But it still has to be important that you take it into account. I don't think I need to say this, guys. This is completely my opinion on the election, right? I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know everything. I've been wrong before.
But this guy on the internet said.
Yep. This Canadian guy on the internet, this high school dropout Canadian guy that sits in his Captain America office said that Trump was going to win, and he didn't. The world is wrong.
I'd say your office is more American than mine, so.
Yeah, that's possible.
Considering what do I have in my office that's American? Oh, well, never mind. I think I win. I've got my great-grandfather's World War I flag.
Oh, you win.
So yeah, it's going to be hard to trump a veterans memorial flag. And crazy enough, I don't have mine. My dad stole it. Well, not that I have a memorial flag, but
I was gonna say you're still kicking pretty well.
no, just the flag, the flag that I have. Oh, God, I hate copy and pasting.
So Virgin Galactic is doing it wrong. All of these tweets about our plane is flying right now, these should be accompanied by video.
It's rolling down. It's flying by falling.
Yeah.
We went to 100,000 feet and dropped it. Look, it's flying.
But on a single flight, it's fallen all the way to one side of New Mexico, and now it's falling back down to the spaceport. I think there is a propulsion system on it too, though, right? There is an engine system of some kind.
Well, gliders can go pretty far.
Yeah, but I think it does have a propulsion system as well.
I'm only giving shade at Nikola, but
no, it is the Nikola truck. It is. They just pushed it out of the.
They pushed it out and they're letting it glide to the ground.
High orbit.
See, we can fly.
High orbit. It's in motion.
It's in motion.
Entry on space. Now I've got to do the conversion thing again. It says 2403, but it's not 2403 because that's 2403 Canadian. I got it at.
What time did you enter?
First thing this morning. Hold on. I'll let's see here. Let's
anywhere between 18 and 1770. Because it fell this morning.
$18.33 looks like the average on it.
Oh, you entered a little bit later than I thought you did.
That can't
no,
be right.
it can't be.
That can't be right.
Because if you're up at all right now, you entered. Yeah, because right now it's
maybe it is right because I'm down. Unrealized is $6. So with that, guys, I had to pay my commissions and conversion rate. So we'll see.
Okay, yeah, no, you may be in the 1830s then because it's at 1828.
Yep, it might be an 1830, which is still fine by me. I'm more than okay with that. Because the play on space for me is that it goes to 25, 30, 40. So I would actually like to enter a little bit deeper into it, but that will depend on how the rest of the portfolio plays out. I think we've stared at social media long enough. Let's go back to the watch list here and see what's going on. SPY is still cranking up, guys. We might actually see SPY 350 end of the day.
You mean 40?
No, I mean 50.
You mean it's going to jump another $13?
Yeah.
No.
The money flows in.
You float me $50, I'll take that call. And you can have your. And if it pays off and it hits 350, I'll even give you double your investment.
I was gonna say, what incentive do I have to just not take that call myself?
We have special American options here.
Oh, I see. Okay. No way it touches 350.
I say no way.
Yeah, I've got my
I
grandfather's.
think I
Yeah.
don't think it touches 340. I think it rejects pretty hard.
Yeah. Let's see here. Let's watch in anticipation.
We're $2 away.
Yeah. DGLY is just going to run tomorrow morning.
Okay, I got that. This. Oh no. Oh no.
Ooh. Timu sub to secure a 250 spy. I think if spy goes 250, you're gonna have people jumping out of windows. And I don't mean to like laugh at people jumping out of windows, but if spy goes 250 in a candle in a day, I'm pretty sure you got people jumping out of windows.
Yeah. Actually, I don't think it ever. Let's see. Can it even go to 250 in a day?
No. No. It would hit the third halt before then.
So I'm actually checking to see.
Because it's 14% down from 3. What was the other?
No, it's 7, 14, 21.
Oh, 21 is the third halt? Okay.
I think, right? 7, 13, 21, something like that. Where did it open today?
3:30.
3:30. And we'll do some guesstimations.
Just divide it by 4. If it doesn't.
Yeah, 21%. If it hits 260.
Yeah. So 260 today would be the
unless it happens
stops.
in the last hour, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, last hour it's yellow, right? All in 210 spy puts.
Yeah.
250 is a 25% flat drop from today's open.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's funny because everybody's like, yeah, but the spy doesn't really halt, does it? Anybody that was here back in March, you remember riding those spy halts down.
Yeah, I think we almost hit that second halt that one day.
We did. There was a day with a second halt on the spy.
Oh, we did. We painted it and then it rebounded, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was more than one day where we hit 2 halts. If you futures halts.
Yeah,
oh no, I was only counting open.
Yeah. It was a wild time, guys. This year has been one hell of a year to take up trading, I'll tell you. like anything and everything that you could see happen in a trading year has just about happened. From one of the biggest declines in the market ever to one of the biggest resurgences in the market ever, into an election year, into an entire new industry going into the second wave of China hustle, into COVID, into bio resurgence, into like this year has been, for a lot of people, I bet you a lot of people lost their asses this year, but a lot of people also made bank this year. And depending on which side of the coin you're in, you'll know the tale. There are a lot of people that are going, I will never touch the stock market again at the end of this year, and there's a lot of people going, I will do the stock market for the rest of my life after this year.
And then they run out of money, and then they'll stop doing the stock market because it's going to get into a dismal, boring trend at some point.
Well, thanks, man. That's me.
I'm just saying. Well, no, it's shifting. It's exactly what Redemption said earlier. Shifting of strategies.
Yeah, you do have to be able to shift, and I mean, if you can't do that, you probably shouldn't be doing it.
I mean, look at all the penny stock traders from earlier in the year to where they are now. Every one of them, when they find one that's floated up really big, it's just like, flies to a bug zapper. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, the start of this year was growth for me. Growth portfolio. I think I will, depending on how things play out into Q1, I may take 25% of my portfolio, shift it out of growth into a long-term hold, and start building up a dividend portfolio based off of the champions list. Because I tell you, if there's still stocks on the champions list after this quarter, stocks that have consistently raised their dividends every quarter for the last 25 years, if they didn't lower their dividends through this, I don't know that they ever will. LPL is looking really tasty too. What are LPL options looking like? LPL April 750s actually look really nice. So ACRX ran up to 194 today and then came back down to 183. I had hoped to see a bit of a run up here into earnings on the 5th, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It looks like people are going to wait around for the actual results. I no longer have anything in AMC, so I should just delete that off on the board. Martini's sleeping in today?
Oh, she's gonna be pulling the all-nighter, so yeah.
Guys, we will be live streaming tonight through the election. I will be in the Discord hanging out with these degens, as well as at least streaming what I'm watching as the polls come in. We can talk about state by state, what we see developing, yada, 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 et cetera, et cetera. This is how Los Angeles is processing millions of mail-in ballots. All right, let's go step by step. Step 1. What time is it right now? 11:30. The first polls close 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, guys. Ohio and Kentucky are the first polls that close. Step 1 is inspection of incoming ballots. So they sort them. I'm not sure what error is, but double signature, no signature, signature in the wrong place. These are all invalid. These don't count. All of these votes that you see here do not count. Step 2, Now they're using a scanner to validate that the signature matches the signature of the voter. I'm not sure how accurate that crap is, but that's there. That'll probably invalidate some voters too, especially if you consider the elderly. I don't know about you guys, but if you think about your think about your grandparents, right? I'm thinking about my grandmother who's 96. I guarantee you her signature from this year is not accurate compared to her signature from last year. Her arthritis and her age have made it that would be unrecognizable. Step 3. Okay, here we go. Step 3 is the validation. So they go to a manual validation. If it's rejected based off of signature, so it looks like a false signature, they go to a manual validation. And then they would contact the voter to get a verification statement. So that's good that step is there. Fourth step is ballot extraction. So they slice open the ballots to take out the ballot. Fifth step, workers remake ballots that have readability problems. Ballots are then placed in boxes to be counted with tamper evident seals, and then they go to the tally centers. What about COVID? Well, you saw every step of the way those people had masks and gloves on. Those people are definitely frontline workers, though. I don't know that you're paying me minimum wage to show up. I'll place my vote here. This is a California lawyer.
Holy crap! You got to go out to a 346 to get near $1 premium. Cray.
Okay, so we can go to the polls. Let's go to 538 and see what's happening there as far as the new polls. Again, guys, I eliminate anything that is not A- at least. If you do not have an A- poll, at least, I don't care. Registered voters out of Pennsylvania have Biden by 4. This is not a lot. This is not a lot. This is a liberal arts college in New Jersey that's doing this polling, so not a lot. And the sample groups, guys, again, you have to take into account we're talking 1,000 people, right? The largest poll that I can see over the last couple days is 1,800 people that had Biden by 6. This is the New York Times, though, so likely voters, not registered voters. I think 1,800 is the biggest poll I can see here, which may be something that they have to take into consideration moving forward. Is that you need to do larger polls, less frequent, larger sample sizes. You need 5,000 minimum to actually get an accurate representation of what the polling should be. Mind you, like there are Facebook polls that get more votes than that. So Gary V voted. Did I see the DKNG tweet? No, let me go check it out.
Do we see another SPY breakout right here? This will be the 4th time it's touching 338.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely didn't see it. Yikes! Oh, damn. So the current DraftKings election pool, with over 350,000 entries, a majority of people in every state besides Colorado predict Trump is going to be the winner. That's pretty nutty. I'm going to enter this election pool. Give me a piece of this. Can I get in on this? All right. Who's going to win Florida? Trump. Arizona? Trump. Pennsylvania? Trump. Michigan? Trump. Wisconsin? Trump. North Carolina? Joe. Jersey? Joe. Colorado? Joe. Indiana? Trump. West Virginia? Joe. Iowa? Trump. Up to $100,000 in prizes, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is. Where do you get to see your? When does this close? Picks can be adjusted up until 5 p.m. Eastern, so we can watch this tonight. I'll have this up. The polls that I took, or the bet. Yeah, the bet that I took. I gotta go verify my account now. Apparently. Have you guys done that? Have you guys done that DraftKings thing?
I have not.
Nothing to enter, and cost you nothing to get in. And all I ask you to do is pick a couple of states. There is the link, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to give that a try, if you want to put in what you think is going to happen on the polls, there's an opportunity. It costs you nothing to get in. It is on DraftKings, and it looks like the prize pool is up to $100,000, depending on what you're able to make happen there. So that's kind of cool. All right. Market is doing a whole lot of nothing. Oh, where'd AMC go? Oh, I deleted it. That's why it's not there. It's like, oh,
I thought you were gonna say AMC got delisted on the day. I would have laughed so hard. When is Cinemark reporting?
The 5th pre-market.
Yeah, pre-market. Huh? If we drop on the Cinemark, I mean, it might be a buy the dip to next year thing for you for your movie play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm out. I took a profit on my AMC put, so I'm out of the play. But
using the not really losses, but the profit from a company that you made off their losses to fuel
buy into them,
another company. Yeah,
buy into
to fuel the company that's buying them.
So if Prop 22 gets overturned in California, guys, this is a big deal for Uber and Lyft because it means that they don't have to consider their gig workers as employees. 1,000-person survey, which again I don't think is indicative. I don't think it's a large enough sample size, but the 1,000-person survey showed that 57% supported Prop 22. Sorry, Prop 22 doesn't need to be overturned. It needs to be passed. If Prop 22 gets passed, gig workers don't count as employees. I honestly think that well, this might be up 7% Uber and Lyft on this. I think California is going to go through this. I think that they are going to count gig workers. What do you guys think? Should Uber and Lyft drivers be considered employees of the company?
No.
No?
I don't think they should be, but it's California, so they are going to be.
I think given the restrictions that they have, I think if they allowed them to price as they would, and they just took a percentage, I would be okay with gig workers not being counted as employees. But the Uber and Lyft have way too many restrictions, as well as your car must be this and do this. You must be this and do this. Here are the performance standards. Here's what you have to do. Pricing is mandated by us, and you can fluctuate up, but not down from there. And in my book, that for me, that's an employer.
I think that Uber should just charge a flat fee for their routing, like let's say 10 cents per route or something like that. I know it's not a lot, but the service they quote unquote provide could be dialed back to just that routing thing. They take care of their own insurance and everything, but the drivers also set their own price. So I think that would actually allow for more, I guess, market stability for the drivers. That's where I see they could actually benefit. But Uber is not about benefiting the drivers. Uber is about benefiting themselves. So,
yeah, and I agree that I think that that's what Uber should do. But as Uber currently exists, I think that they do lose that argument that they're not an employer. You
Yeah,
have
no,
way
I
too many
agree, 100%.
restrictions on the drivers. Way
Yep.
too many restrictions for you claiming not an employer.
Yep.
From
Company
what they wear to
standards, stuff
how
like
they
that.
speak or how they act or the type of car that they drive and the cleanliness standards of those cars, hygiene standards now through COVID, right? There's requirements that they perform certain PPE, certain sanitization methods. That's an employer. That's not an independent contractor. That's an employer. I am an independent contractor for my digital marketing consultation. Let me tell you, I don't have a single company telling me which hours I need to show up to, that I have to wear PPE when I show up to work. None of that shit, because I'm an independent contractor. I think gig workers have a very strong case here. And there's, even if Prop 22 does go through on the ballot, that doesn't mean the courts aren't just going to challenge it.
I hope no one interprets me wrong, because like I'm very I don't swing either way for any party or anything like that. I'm about making money. That's all I care about.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Like I'm not opposed to gig economy whatsoever. Like I'm okay with that. By the way, WTRH is up 420 right now. Just want to make everybody aware of that. It's up 420.
Oh shit. So millennial. So from that disappointing but not surprising what was it, email that I sent to my agent and not getting booked and everything, the good agent, the one that texts me, I've been keeping my phone at my side because I've been seeing a lot of increased activity.
Yeah.
I was right to do so. It just got a text just now. It's like, hey, are you available for this thing? I'm like, yes. She's like, wait, hang on. Have you been on anything through the entire year? I'm like, honestly, I haven't worked on anything, period. So she's like, oh, okay, great. I'll book you as an Asian tourist. I'm like, yes. I don't have to cook for that day. I'm like, I don't have to cook for that day.
Take that, yeah. Take that Asian card and you play it, son. If that's what gets you in the door, like, great, play it.
Yeah, I mean, but for the most part, unfortunately, our like my people aren't well, depending on where you are, but the collective re from us is usually suppressed. So, I mean, yeah, like I said, when the opportunity presents itself, I will play that card. I will take it. But and this is why I said I'm all about the money. I don't care about anybody's political opinions or any sort of sides and stuff like that. I'm on the side of me making money. That's all I care about. Oh, that and bail. Dogs. Love that little shit. Did you see that picture that TSG pinged for me yesterday when I bought the deer antler?
No.
This was, even if I didn't get the emote or whatever, I put it in your chat. But even if I didn't get the emote or whatever that I wanted, this was worth it. I put it in your Twitch chat. So
it's a good puppy. Oh, what the heck happened there? Oh, I went to a different browser. Well, okay. Bayo with his bone, ladies and gentlemen. Bayo with his bone. He's getting a little bit older.
yeah, I think he's like 3 or 4 now.
Starting to show.
That's one thing with Goldens. You can generally guess their age just by looking at their muzzle.
Yeah, the coloration.
Just how much grays are starting to set in.
Yeah, I find the same thing with my husky. Is around the eyes and in the muzzle, you can start to see the wear. First Lady Melania Trump did not wear a mask to cast her vote. Republicans have already filed a lawsuit today in Pennsylvania. Oh, so this is important to note. Later, local or hunter. This is important to note here, guys. In Pennsylvania, they are keeping all the ballots separate that come in after today. So while the federal court did rule that the extension for 3 days was valid, they are keeping them separate pending further legislation. So there is a chance that all of the votes from Pennsylvania do not actually count after today. So if you're in Pennsylvania and you want to vote, get out there today. Get out today and make that happen.
Good morning.
Morning.
Who's
Ballots.
that?
What's up?
Nothing.
As soon as the election's over, going in with their lawyers. So he's already said, guys. Well, so the concept is this: what they're going to try to do is post date the ballot. So they'll mail it the day after, but they'll post date it so that it looks like it was mailed in on the day. Tuesday, Pennsylvania Republicans sued officials in Montgomery County, a suburban area near Philadelphia, alleging they illegally allowed absentee and mail-in ballots to be counted before Election Day. In the lawsuit, they also claimed that county officials allowed some voters whose ballots were found to be deficient to resubmit their votes on or before November 3rd. Yeah, so there it is, guys. Lawsuits aplenty are about to happen. Supreme Court, I think, is going to have their hands full for the next couple weeks on this. I think that the rule is absentee and mail-in ballots can't be counted in certain states before the election day. Votes have to be counted on the day of, not before. And so the thought process behind Trump's party on this is, if you have to count the votes that are coming in person as well as absentee and mail-in votes, a lot of the absentee and mail-in votes just won't get counted for sheer lack of time, right? Which is to his credit, because most of the mail-in voting is probably going to lean Democrat. So the case he's making is you're not allowed to count those ballots before the day of the election. Those absentee and mail-in ballots are supposed to be counted as counted on the day of. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, this is exactly why I am not a lawyer. I am not a judge, because I have no desire to wade in the muck that is that legalese. But Earnings Whisper is tweeting. What do we have from them? Big earnings after close day. This is a day when you would not want earnings if you are doing well. But if you're trying to hide your earnings, today is a phenomenal day to drop your earnings. Let's see. Anybody big? Prudential. They're kind of a thing, right? I don't see many big names here. Tabula Rasa, is that a thing? Are they a big deal? Yeah, Spy's having a blast. It's back down to 336, so my 350 call is not looking so great, but I love that ACRX is just completely sideways. It's like somebody hit a pause button on them. Yeah, 4C, I agree. It's a strategy play for sure. I agree. I'm there with you. I do not disagree that is. Well, I can't say that it would be illegal. It's definitely a way to stack the cards in your favor, ensuring that USPS does not get $25 billion, followed by then going after them for breaking election laws on counting those ballots early just to get them in. Now, the problem is, I don't know what the law is. I don't know what the law says about that. And if the law in the state of Pennsylvania says that you cannot count those ballots, absentee and mail-in ballots, till the day of the election, and they can prove that that county did that, then they're void. The Supreme Court will rule that those are void. And this is just it. Like if you are a Democrat county or Democrat state and you want to help the Democrats, you should be playing by the rules. Play by the rules as much as you possibly can. Don't try to bend the rules, break the rules, weasel your way around them. Don't do that. Play exactly by the rules, the letter of the law to the T. That way there is no doubt as to the conclusion, right?
I like how they make it sound as if these votes actually count for anything.
I mean, Montgomery County apparently is a swing county in Pennsylvania, which is the only reason why there's any discussion about it whatsoever.
It doesn't matter. Like, the representative's still going to vote the way that they vote, regardless if their county flips on them.
Saki, there is no way there's a real winner announced today. No way. Sorry, I shouldn't say there's no way. If tonight's polls, without the mail-in and absentee ballots counted over the next several days, show that Biden won today, Biden wins. If by 11 o'clock tonight, when all the polls are closed, all the polls
it'll take till like 4 a.m.
Well, I mean, yeah, for Hawaii, but Hawaii's not really going to shift it. We'll have an initial verdict. Trump will make his announcement 11 o'clock or midnight that he either won or not. But I think he's going to say that he won no matter what. But I think what we're going to know by 11 o'clock tonight is if Biden shows that he's got the Electoral College by the end of tonight, I think Biden wins. I think that if Trump can't make that claim tonight at 11 o'clock, that he won the election, not reasonably anyway, by early polling or exit polls, then it's a done deal. Now, if it shows Trump, then we're in for 2 weeks of back and forth on legalese and people fighting and arguing about who does what. Trump will make his announcement that he won tonight to set precedent. Biden will say, no, you didn't. There will be an immediate legal challenge filed by the Democrats. The Republicans will follow in suit. They will challenge every single state that they think they have an opportunity on a recount or to just delay the matter, because in reality, all the Republicans want to do is delay the vote out for as long as humanly possible so that it has to go to a Supreme Court ruling, in which case Trump is confident that he takes a Supreme Court ruling. I don't think and this is something that I know Foresee you and I have had a conversation with in the past. I do not think the Electoral College needs to be eliminated because in doing so, you eliminate the need of voting. Essentially, you don't need the rest of the country to vote. You just get New York City and LA to vote, and that's it. That's the way the country goes. There's no way that I think the Electoral College needs to go. By eliminating the Electoral College, you immediately eliminate the votes of 48 states. That doesn't make sense to me. No, your vote is definitely counted in California. Those electoral votes are important. It's not eliminated. Those electoral college seats are needed for the Democrats to win every time. Your vote is absolutely necessary in California in order to ensure that the Democrats continue to receive those electoral votes. OPEC's tweeting. Do we have any early... I imagine there's probably some early poll numbers out there right now. No? This is big. 4 states already have more votes than they did in 2016. Montana, Washington, Nevada, and New Jersey. No, that's 89%. Sorry. Texas, Hawaii, Montana, and Washington State all already have more votes in than they did in 2016. And that's a good thing. In my book, like, irregardless of who wins, I think that's a good thing. That people are coming out to the polls and they're taking their vote seriously is a good thing. I think that that's phenomenal news to see that. Now, Montana's a red state. Washington is a blue state. Hawaii's a blue state. Who did I say was the fourth one? Hawaii. Oh, Texas. And people are arguing about Texas. I think Texas is a red state. People are arguing about Texas, but I can't see it going anything but red. And I know that the people that are blue are going to say, well, you can't say that. I think it's going to be blue. Okay.
I mean, what was it last year or last election?
Red.
No. Red by 1 is still red.
Texas in 2016 election. Uh, 52-43. He won by 9 points.
So the question is, can you get a 4-point swing in 4 years?
Yeah. It'll be interesting. And I know that the argument from the blue side is that, well, Dallas is a lot more blue, San Antonio, Houston, those are a lot more blue. But looking at the map, those went blue last time anyway. Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston went blue. It's the rest of Texas that didn't. And I think that where Hillary didn't make the statement against oil, Biden sure as hell did. I think that's going to cost him a lot of votes in Texas.
So Dallas is 60% blue.
Yeah, Dallas went blue.
I'm on where I see the actual percentages.
I can pull those up. I can look at them.
Yeah, El Paso is almost 70% for Clinton.
Yeah. So like these areas that people are saying, well, these are looking really blue. Yep, they were last time too. It's this part of Texas that needs to go blue. And I think with what Biden said about oil, lost him Texas.
Travis County, Austin, 65% Clinton.
Had he not made the statement about oil, I think Texas would have been a lot closer race for him, for sure. But the second he went after oil, even if, well, it's taken out of context and he meant by 2035 and yada, 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 doesn't matter.
It was a snippet. And yeah.
He went after oil. And the second he did that, he lost this state. Was Texas one of the ones in this poll? No, Texas wasn't even in the DraftKings betting. So the swing states that DraftKings are watching, guys, they want the election as a whole. They see Florida as a swing state, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, New Jersey, Colorado, Indiana, West Virginia, Iowa. I don't see New Jersey as a potential swing state. I honestly just I don't see New Jersey as possibly going red in any way. Beto came for the guns, Biden came for the oil. But yeah, as far as live updates, guys, I'll keep checking this. It is New York Times, so understand that there's going to be a left lean on what we are reading here. But I'm okay with that. I think that'll be balanced because the insights that you're getting from me are probably more right leaning. So if we're reading a left leaning source, and I'm giving you a right leaning perspective, then that should give us a decent balance at least, right? What is really shocking to me is how, so in Canada we've got multiple parties, right? It's essentially a 4-party system where we've got the conservatives, which would be like your Republicans. We've got the liberals, which would be like your Democrats. But then we have two other parties, which are the NDP party and the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc Québécois would be like if New York State had a party, a federal party just for them. And then the NDP would be like if Bernie Sanders had his own party, right? So a more socialist party than the Democrat Party. And so we've got the four parties. But I know in my family, I vote conservative or more conservative most of the time. My family are diehard liberals. My family would never not speak to me or excommunicate me from the family because I vote conservative. That would never happen. The amount of articles that I am reading right now of people that are getting divorced over their spouse voting for another party. They are disowning their children because they voted for a different party. They are abandoning lifelong friendships of like 30, 40 years because they're not voting for the same people. Like it is not a thin line that is being drawn in the sand here. Which is why a lot of the people that are saying civil war of some kind in the States is coming, that's why it's happening, because they're already seeing these divisions across lines that shouldn't be crossed on a vote.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. It honestly, I just want to post on Facebook. Go after today. Can we all go back to posting pictures of puppies and kittens and move on?
Yeah, I mean,
honestly, it's just the whole thing is horrible. The concept of we've lost the art of debate or the art of disagreement and still coinciding and living just fine.
I mean, that's one of the things I love about this community here on Twitch, guys, because I assure you that in this room right now, I know 4C Blue is definitely more of a Democrat than I am. Now, I'm a Canadian. Obviously, I don't get a vote as being a Democrat or a Republican, but clearly 4C is more to the left leaning. I am more to the right leaning. We've got people that are all over the spectrum in this group. We've got libertarians. We've got people that are anarchists.
Well, I mean, look at just you and Rita alone. Yeah. She's, I mean, I don't know exactly where she stands, but I know she doesn't stand exactly with you on every topic. But two very strong personalities can still coincide.
Yeah, if you voted contrary to me, I don't have a problem with that. That's not as long as you made an informed decision, I don't care. I disagree with you, but this is the thing when you grow up and you're a big person, when you're an adult out in the real world, you're gonna have disagreements. You're not gonna agree on everything with everybody. You don't need to. That doesn't need to happen. The idea that everybody needs to think the same is a very, very dangerous concept, and I am never going to be behind that. So if you want to vote Democrat, I'm there for you. If you want to vote Republican, I'm there for you too. My big thing is go vote. The one that kills me is the people that don't vote. Like, please go vote, please. My one vote doesn't matter, or not having the electoral college is going to make my vote not count. Or I'm from Alaska and my vote never matters because it's counted as one of the last votes of the day and it never changes the election and it's always Republican. Like, none of that matters. Go out and vote. The rule that I was taught growing up was if you don't go out and vote, you don't get to bitch and moan for the next 4 years. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't go out and you didn't draw your line in the sand, you definitely don't get to bitch and moan for 4 years. Now, if you went out and vote, congratulations. You can bitch and moan to your heart's content, or you can saber rattle for your guy that won. But like, you cannot just cancel your life because people around you voted differently than you did. That's insanity. That's absolute insanity.
Yeah, I have no problem with people not voting as long as, like you said, they stick to the rule of you didn't weigh in your opinion, don't complain.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. If people are complaining or if people are silent and they just kind of go with it and they didn't vote, well, I mean, that's also
to each their own. That's the choice you make.
But if you are out there like petitioning and putting up posters and moaning and decrying the government every day, it's like, well, did you vote? Well, no, my vote doesn't matter. Probably should have voted. So I'll never tell you how to vote. I just want you to vote.
I'll tell you how to vote. Go in there.
Oh yeah, you go in and you check the box. That's how you vote.
I mean, and here's the biggest argument with the voting versus not voting. Some people may believe that their vote doesn't count, but yes, okay. So for presidential election, you may be right, but there's a lot more boxes you tick
Yeah. Yeah,
know,
you
just
Americans put on a bunch of propositions as well, right? There's a bunch
Mhm.
of items that you guys vote with as well in your elections, and that's different too. In Canada, we don't do that. In Canada, you only vote for your when you go, it's literally just the candidates that represent your party in your area. That's all you vote on. You don't vote on, should pot be legalized, should gay marriage be legalized. Like that stuff is never on there. We also
well, you're
don't
also
elect our Senate.
doing, but you're also doing local as well. So who's your state and Congress and all that at the same time?
Yeah, and we don't do that. So those are separate elections. So we actually have like your municipal election is a different election entirely from your provincial election, which would be state, and then that's a completely different election from your federal. We don't elect our Senate. The only thing that we elect is the House, and you don't elect the presidential candidate. Presidential candidate is put into office as the head of the party that receives the majority or minority approval of the House. So it's like we only vote on one thing in Canada. It's very very myopic in that sense. Even though we have more parties, you're only voting for the party that's going to run the government. That's all you're voting. And you know at which level of government you're voting for that. So is this for the province, is it for the federal, or is it for municipal? Municipal is not partisan. Municipal is so like in your city area, that's just for people. There's no partisan leaning there. So it's not like you walk into Toronto and say, well, Toronto's mayor is a liberal, even though he is. But you wouldn't say that because it's not like he's the liberal on the ballot. He's just a guy. His name is there. Yeah, there is a lot of that commentary for sure. There's a lot of people that are going, I'll vote for anyone but Trump. The other thing that you can do in Canada, I don't know that you can do this in the States, but what's it called? When you
Write-in.
you cast a vote that you don't want to cast a vote.
Oh, abstain.
Absentee.
Abstain. You abstain from the vote.
Or...
Yeah, you abstain from the vote.
Absentee
ballot, it means that you can't make it to the poll, and so you're voting ahead of time. Abstention from voting. Yeah, you abstain to vote. So what you're saying is, I vote that every candidate that you presented to me is dog shit, and I refuse to give them my vote. And so there is an abstention in Canada. I don't know that you can do that in the States, but I think for a lot of people, that would be an ideal way to voice your opinion of, you know what, screw this. I want an abstention vote to rule in the US. I want to see the abstention get the majority to say that neither of these candidates is representative of what we want. That would be interesting. When do I predict ETM to hit my estimated price target? ETM is a play that is playing out on the
like Q4 to early Q1.
Yeah, it's what we're calling a seasonal play. So it's a repetitive seasonal based off of the advertising industry. It's going to get a pump from. I already had it here. ETM guys, I'll pull it up on the big sheet here and show you. 10 years. Typically, guys, heading into so here's the 2012 election. If you got in sometime around September, August, you'd get in here and then up into the election and New Year. That's there. And then again, you see typically you buy in around August, and then it goes up into January, and you buy in around August, and it goes up into January, and you buy into August, and it repeats that year after year after year. Now there are a couple of years here as this has declined that hasn't been the case, but even here, if you got it in August and got it in January, you'd still would have made a profit, right? December, January, you get out. Same thing here. If you got in around August, you would have had smaller gains, but still gains into December, January. Same thing here. If you got in end of August, start of September into January. So it's very much that seasonal play of get in around August, get it around December, January, you're good to go. I think earnings will be the start of the upward tick, but I suspect to see a lot more movement similar to this year here, this 2015 year, where you can see at the end of August it was down here, 787, and then by January it had gone up to almost $12. I think that we see after ETM earnings on Friday, it's the 6th, right? Not the 5th.
You said the 6th, yeah, earlier.
Yeah, so ETM on Friday with their earnings, I think that's the start of it. We start to see this ramp up. And then into December, I think we see it coming in around $4. That's my thought process on it. But ranked choice voting, first past the polls, is one that I'm a big fan of as far as a political model for voting, guys, where you put your first pick and your second pick. But in order for that to work, you need to have more than two parties. You need to have more than a bipartisan system, which is another huge issue, in my opinion, with U.S. politics, is that you are only a two-party system. You need more parties. Two parties cannot be representative of the U.S. population. I would think that you guys were closer to a 4 to 6 party system, realistically, with somebody to the hard right, somebody to the hard left, and then two closer, and then one or two people kind of in the middle. So what you'd have is like you would have somebody who's like hardcore, let's make America Russia, like we want to go super communist on one side, and then you would have somebody that says, no, let's make it a complete free trade economy like we've never seen before in the world. There is no other country that I can think of that would be the far right. I can't think of a country in the world that would represent that right now. That doesn't exist really. Maybe Switzerland. They're pretty socially progressive though, so I don't know about that. But we're talking not just fiscally, but politically, socially, very conservative. I don't think that there's a country in the world that represents that right now. And then you would have somewhere around where your Republican Party is right now, and somewhere around where your Democrat Party is. And then you would actually have two parties that are very, very similar as far as how they look politically, but socially they would have different opinions, right? So as far as government goes, they would agree that government needs to help the people a little bit. Poland. Poland socially is very liberal, though. I'm talking. Well, I guess they did just do the. No, you couldn't say Poland though, because Poland, while they did have that issue with abortion laws recently, they did also legalize euthanasia, which a big C conservative, they would never have agreed to legalize euthanasia. Abortion, euthanasia, gay rights would be the social policies for the most part, as well as gun ownership, and then big government, small government is where they stand politically. Is the government responsible for infrastructure and global trade, or is the government responsible for the day-to-day life of the people? Those are kind of the things in my mind, anyway, that put you on the political spectrum somewhere. So, you're looking at like Cuba, Russia to the far left, Cuba, Russia, China to the far left, and then Bernie, and then something else that doesn't currently exist. I think Andrew Yang might be a decent representation of that kind of just to the left of center. And then on the right, you would have somebody like.
I think Yang would actually make a great candidate, but the Dem Party won't let him. They'll want other people.
Yeah. The Canadian Conservative Party is kind of that, like a little bit to the right in the States. They're not quite your Republican Party because they don't take the same stance on abortion as you guys take. So they're a little bit more left than your Republican Party. So like the Canadian Conservative Party would be kind of that off-center right. So you've got like Russia, Bernie, Andrew Yang, the Canadian Conservative government, your current Republicans, and then even further right than your Republicans, you would have to find a place that is anti-abortion, anti-gay rights, pro-gun ownership, pro-personal rights and property, small government. If Biden had not made the comments he had made against guns and against oil, you would see a lot more Republicans considering him today, I think. His green energy initiative shot him in the foot. And I think that actually he shot himself in the foot with a lot of left-leaning voters as well when he came out on the first debate and said he is opposed to the new Green Deal, right? And that was the first soundbite of like, no, I'm not for the new Green Deal. And it was like, whoa, hold on, what? I thought we as Democrats were agreed on that. And he's like, no, I wouldn't do that. Like, okay. And then he clarified in the second debate, but I am against oil. Okay, so you've now pissed off everybody as far as the environmental issue goes, right? Like you pissed off the new Green Deal as well as.
I forget he is the the Liberal Party.
Oh, I am the Democratic Party.
I don't think that you need an upper age restriction. My issue, I would be for eliminating or reducing that lower age restriction. I think honestly, I'm opposed to just eliminating an age restriction on president. I think if your party decides they want to go with a 21-year-old, right? Like if you can drink, you can run for government. If you can fight in the military, you can run for government. I would be okay with that. Because in reality, what would need to happen is your party would need to put you forth as the candidate, and then you would have to be elected by the majority of the people. And I don't know that that would happen for a younger candidate, but I think just because somebody is not 35 years old does not disqualify them from being a viable candidate for presidency. I actually think it might be to your credit to take on some younger candidates, because those younger candidates could actually run for office longer. And a lot of people, I think, politically misinterpret that the prime minister or president is simply there as a figurehead. Their actual decision making process in the day to day as to how the government running doesn't really equate in. Yes, they sign things and they're the ones that talk at the press conferences and everything, but it's more so about the group of people that they put around themselves. And I think a younger person is aware that they would need to put some fairly knowledgeable people that understand the inner mechanics of the government around themselves if they were elected, whereas somebody who's older thinks they know better. What's your opinion on the Second Amendment? Biden wants to get rid of guns, which Hitler did. Hitler made gun registration thing. So, for me, the argument in the U.S. about the Second Amendment is not the actual amendment. I think a lot of people are fighting about. So, the Second Amendment is the right to bear arms. The Fourth Amendment is the right to protect person and property. I think that's the one that often a lot of people are arguing. I think that's the biggest one. I don't think that you trying to take guns from Americans is going to solve the issue. I don't. Now, the argument for the Fourth Amendment, I think, is the strongest one. Of I think that you have the right to protect your person and property, your family and your own property. I think you have the right to protect through whatever means necessary. Given that the gun culture is so prevalent in the United States, I don't think that you can revoke the Second Amendment. I also don't think that you can possibly defend person or property without a weapon, especially now that we're talking about defunding the police.
With what Rita said, she said that the gun to citizen ratio is like 10-1. So
Yeah.
at this point, you do more harm by taking people's guns away than actually like allowing them to have it.
So one of the biggest issues that I have is when people say, well, we just need to pass a law saying that that's illegal. Okay, so I just logically, let's walk through that thought process, right? So you are concerned that people are doing what with guns? Why do you want people to take guns away? Well, they're shooting people and killing people. So you're agreeing that people are out there breaking the law with guns, which is why you want to create a law to take away the guns. Yes, that's why we want to take them away. People are breaking the law. They're committing murder, or they're using the guns in a way that they weren't intended to be used. Okay, great. Now, if they're willing to break the law to kill somebody with a gun, do you not also think that they would also be willing to break the law of owning a gun in order to break the law to kill somebody with a gun? Does that not also just make sense by process of logic? Yeah, but if you make the guns illegal, it'll be harder to get them. I don't know that you can make that statement, because a lot of the cities that have the strictest gun laws in the U.S. have extremely high gun ownership, whether it's legal.
No, actually, Cicada is actually correct on that too, because I think it was like Nova Scotia or something like that. But like one of the gun, there was a gun incident, I believe this year, where I remember it because Trudeau was saying something like, yeah, he's banning all assault style weapons and stuff. I think about 90% of his guns, he either got from the police that he killed, or he got it illegally. It was more of a border issue, not a gun control issue.
I am all for gun registration, and this is also where I split off from a lot of conservatives in Canada. A lot of conservatives in Canada are anti-gun registration. I'm not. I am perfectly fine with the state knowing that I own a weapon. That would not be a problem, and I don't own a firearm. I could. Yeah. I mean,
I'm in the market to buy one.
I am perfectly fine with that. If when I go to buy a firearm, I need to register it with the government and let them know, that's fine. I register my van. Why wouldn't I register my gun? That's not a big deal for me. Especially given the argument that I'm looking to protect myself and my family, and I am perfectly okay with the government knowing that.
It's not for malicious intent.
Yeah, I'm okay with them knowing that. And now I understand the argument. Well, we don't want to register our weapons because the government might come and take them. All right, like
right to bear arms.
Right, and then we're actually at the Second Amendment, which is the right to defend yourself against an oppressive state.
Now, if you move to a homestead state, you don't gotta worry about that. Maybe I guess you probably still have to worry about that.
Let's take our guns.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know that people on the road have a license to operate their vehicle. I do.
It's speaking of Ginger, just because you don't own any firearms, do you?
No, I do not.
No, okay.
But my dad has told me everything about.
Well, no, the only reason I ask is because I know Rita. Just thinking about the people that are going to be here, just having a meetup at a range one time too.
Sayakata, thanks for the follow, man. And we've got gun registration. We had a long form gun registration Canada.
I gotta hop on a business call, so I completely missed everything you just said. So I'm so sorry.
long form gun registration Canada
talk later.
Thank you.
did not lead to the government coming and taking away our weapons. Anybody that was on the long form gun registry in Canada with weapons still owns their weapons. I find throwing Hitler out is counterproductive to arguments on both sides. When we throw Hitler out as the example of, well, here's what happened, it's kind of an overreach. The arguments that Trump is Hitler, I think that's a bit of an overreach. The idea that we can't do gun registration on the conservative side because that's what Hitler did. Also, I think that's a bit of a reach. I think there's enough people in America that would take up arms in the event that they saw something like Hitler, regardless of them being legal or not. Canada banning AR-15s, we are not a gun culture in Canada. Them banning AR-15s doesn't mean squat to me. Absolutely nothing. The people that own AR-15s up in Nunavut and the Northwest Territories that are using it to shoot polar bears, the government is not coming for them. I assure you of this, that the government, the RCMP, is not knocking on the doors of AR-15 owners in Nunavut to take their weapon. They are not, because when you're trying to put a polar bear down, an AR-15 is a justified weapon. Yeah, it just in my opinion, like in the places in the U.S. where, like, if you're in Alaska and you have an AR-15, that makes sense to me. That's a check mark. Yep, polar bears are a thing. Yep, I'm there. Georgia, where we were talking about the boars, right? I'm there. Check mark. If I lived in Chicago, would I own a firearm? You bet your ass. Would it be an AR-15? I'm kind of a shoddy fan myself, just sit on the stairs in front of the door with the shoddy, but you know what I mean.
But that goes into exactly your point. What is the point of having a firearm? Is it for home defense?
Yeah,
a
exactly.
shotgun is hands down the best home defense you can have.
I am not looking to
shoot.
Yeah, I am not looking to defend myself from the government.
The sound of you chambering around with the shotgun is a bigger deterrent. I remember Rita citing this, where the sound of a shotgun cocking is a more of a deterrent than actually shooting the shotgun.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, if somebody opens a door and they're greeted by the barrel of a shotgun, there is an immediate moment in their life where they reconsider their decisions up to this point, and they are granted about a 2-second option to turn around and run, which is fine, and I think that's there. But ultimately, guys, for me, the gun ownership conversation is one that gets too much hype. It isn't about the Second Amendment, because let's be honest, you aren't repelling the U.S. Army with your AR-15, your rocket launcher, your anything. That's just not going to happen. So I do appreciate people saying, well, I need it for the Second Amendment. You don't. What you're saying is you need it for the Fourth Amendment to protect yourself in person, your person and property. That's what the argument is, which is great. If you're a hunter, there are certain weapons that you are welcome to use, and I am okay with that. I am not somebody that's anti-hunting for leisure, recreation, food. I'm not opposed to that. So that's a separate argument altogether. But again, in my opinion, what I would like to see is just more training. If you're going to be an open carry, in most states with open carry, I believe you have to go and actually do some kind of a course or a test to be an open carry, right? To get that permit?
Concealed handgun license, right?
Concealed handgun. Okay. So that's what I mean. I would be okay with
take a course.
Yeah, I would be okay with a graduated license system, right? Why did Baba's aunt get halted? Chinese government. I would be okay with a graduated license system. You have a basic gun ownership license. Congratulations, you are an 18-year-old American. You can purchase a weapon. Great. Okay.
It's similar to like a pilot's license, right? As a pilot's license, you can fly during the day, and that is it with certain type of aircraft. And then you take more training, and then you get night flying, and then you can get
Well, yeah.
adverse conditions.
Yeah,
And
when
then
I
you
say with the car licenses, it's like you guys can all drive a car. That's true. Who here can drive a bus? Well,
I
you
can.
can't. Not with your car license. You can't. You can't
Oh
drive a
wait,
bus.
that was military. Never mind.
Yeah, your military license is different. If you've got a basic car license in the States, you cannot drive a bus. And then if you got a bus license, you can't drive a semi with air brakes. You need special licensing. I am perfectly okay with that. Okay, well, here are the initial guns that you can purchase with a basic license. Great. You want to buy you want to get a second tier license that allows you to buy AR-15s and shotguns or whatever else. Like, great. Bam, there it is. You want access to flamethrowers and rocket launchers? Well, there's an even higher one that you can go take. I would be okay with that, a tiered licensing system, but I don't think legislation to legalize or criminalize weapons is ever going to be a solution in the United States.
No, and then I think there needs to be just even purchasing a firearm. There still needs to be some health check. There needs to be some mental check. There needs to be more.
Yeah, chainmail. I don't see that as an infringement. I don't. For me, a graduated license system, I don't see that as an infringement on the acquisition of firearms. You are entitled to acquire a firearm. You just have to take a test. I don't see that as an infringement.
Well, even in the U.S., you don't even have to take a test. It's just a background check and your driver's license.
No. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you would, if you're going to introduce something, I wouldn't introduce legislation to criminalize weapons. I would introduce legislation to license weapons under an educational program. But you require a certain type of license to have a certain type of weapon. And for the most part, the gun owners I know, the responsible gun owners that I know, would not have an issue with that because they know more about guns and how to operate them safely than anybody I've ever met. So if you told them you can keep your AR-15, you just have to go take a test and a course over the weekend. It's like $200, and then you can own AR-15s the rest of your life. They would do it. They would do it. No problem. They would go do it.
Wouldn't even have to study.
And they would ace it. They would absolutely ace it. I think that's just not something that I hear from either side of the equation because you only have a two-party system. That dialogue starts to come out a lot more once you abolish the two-party system and you get a diversity of opinions. Yeah, and I mean, I've heard that argument of the ghost gun as well, where you can now just build guns using 3D printers and whatever. Like, okay. The idea that you, under the Second Amendment, could repel the U.S. government today is laughable. I think we can all agree. There's no way you're repelling the U.S. government.
Wolverines!
Like, there's no way. You are not going to George Washington yourself out of the U.S. That's just not going to happen. Sweats in Vietnam. I think are you able to protect yourself and your loved ones and your property effectively with weapons? Absolutely. So I'm happy to have a Fourth Amendment conversation. The Second Amendment conversation for me is a nothing argument. You're not repelling the U.S. government. I don't care how many weapons you have. That $1 trillion military budget's a thing. All right, let's check on the market, see what it's doing here. 337 through lunch. Mara's doing quite nice. I'm glad I took an entry today. Up 8%. Space is up $12. Okay with that. It's going down the second I look at it, so I'm going to move away from it. But I mean, portfolio's up 1.5 today. I'll take that. I'll take being up 1.5%, and then
because I'm lazy. Can you tell me where Twitter and OLN is at?
Yeah, OLN is up 4, 3 3/4. And
that means I'm down.
Twitter is up almost 6.
Ooh.
What will be the best stock if Trump wins? I like LMT. I like Boeing. I like Kodak. Kodak actually would probably be the biggest one, in my opinion. Kodak, if we take a look at it, under Trump, there's no doubt in my mind that we see them get the $700 million loan, and you see a rise like this back up to 50, somewhere around 40, 50. I think that this is a realistic place for them to go. That would be big under Trump. Under Biden, Expect to see ACB go to 40. So about the same. ACB is Biden's Kodak, in my opinion. I don't day trade. I swing trade. So I don't enter and exit positions on the day. I don't.
He's a swinger.
I'm a swinger. Yeah. Shortest positions I typically take are weeks in playing. And then there are not weeklies, but weeks. So 3 to 4 weeks out.
Am I hot mic'd?
Yeah.
Oh, just a response to the chat. As somebody who does day trade, it is the hardest thing to do. And what's worse about the day trading is mentally you have a hard time swing trading and investing because you see the movements and you're so skittish as a day trader. You have a hard time staying in position. So I would never recommend doing it unless you plan on doing it with just fun money and focus on swing and investing.
Do I sell options? I do not. I am a very basic options player. Up until 2 months ago, I had all but given up on options. I wasn't going to play them anymore. I had performed really well on equity.
Options.
Yeah, I had performed really well on equity. There was no reason for me to be in options. My options portfolio brought itself back to life, which is the only reason why I'm actually trading options. I suppose I could take all of the money out of these options and play equity with it, but it's okay for me to have a long option portfolio.
I mean, I guess I'll add on to. I don't recommend selling options unless you have good positions and long-term holds where you can use as leverage because it's just there's too much risk and reward for the reward you get.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm typically a long player. I don't take short positions with my equity. I take very few puts. So I'll pull up my options portfolio here and show you guys. There's currently not a single put in this portfolio. I did have one this morning with AMC, but I cashed out for a win. Oh no, I lie. ACB has a put. So this is a strangle play on the election that I have with ACB. So I do have a matching call for the put. But otherwise, it's all calls. I'm long on it. I play my options like I play my equity.
Remember, with that strangle, once you get a definitive action on one side, you have to add on to the correct side. Otherwise, you won't.
Yeah, I understand that that's how you guys play the strangles. I'm just gonna liquidate the.
He's gonna let the one run and close the other.
Yeah. I'll close the other one for whatever I can get on it, but I'm perfectly happy with it being worth nothing. One of them was $30, one of them was 42. So it's, you know what I mean? Like, I think either way the movement's going to run enough to cover my losses on the other position as well as provide me some gains. So I understand that with most people playing a strangle that they leverage into the side that they think is going to win, but I think ACV is going to move so fast that that's not going to be an option. So.
Oh no, that's the traditional way, but like
yeah.
What was it? I mean, the ones that I showed you in the early days when I was trying it out, like those were pure no add-ons, just like one side overshadowing the other. But my edge was that I knew institutions were moving in there, and they weren't just moving this for like 50 cents a dollar. They were looking for like entire trend change situations. That's where my edge was, but I don't know the time scale for yours because mine was usually about like 3 to 4 weeks or so.
Yeah,
so
mine would be similar.
Within that time. Yeah.
Mine would be similar because the only way I would take a strangle would be on news, would be on imminent FA. Cicada, this one that you're currently looking at is TD Advanced Dashboard. This is what the Canadian TD Bank brokerage looks like. And then the other one that I had up is Interactive Brokers. This is what I trade in options portfolio out of. Interactive Brokers is more common. You will only see Canadians with this TD dashboard. Thinkorswim in the States looks very different. What I've started to realize with strangle options is for bio plays, they could actually be really, really profitable. If you find a low float bio stock and you know the date of the FDA approval on a phase 3 drug, right? you know that either way, if the phase 3 gets approved, they're going to go through the roof, and if it gets cast down, they're going to obliterate themselves, right? So I think a strangle play in bio has huge potential, and I would look at that in the new year. I know GameStop I played a strangle on and actually profited on both sides of the strangle, which was a bit of an oddity. But I think that evaluating how stock price movement works, I think with a lot of these stocks on FDA approval, there's huge opportunity. Huge opportunity. If I pull up, yeah, so like every day, one of the top runners, if not the top runner, is a bio stock. And if I brought up the top losers,
You see my face.
if I brought up the top losers for the day, today's biggest percent losers, there's going to be a bio stock in here for sure. And it was probably on a good, yeah, Editas Medicine down 10%. Like no matter what, every day there's going to be a bio stock in the top 3 or 4, and in the top 10 on the loser side there's going to be one. And these get even nastier when it's a low float bio stock. It just gets that much worse, right? Where if you were buying up into a phase 3, you might have gone as far as $8, and then it just disappears. With Boeing, there's a lot of really interesting conversations around what's going on with Boeing. If Trump gets through, Boeing should be okay long term. If Trump doesn't get through, though, I would be very concerned about Boeing. Not on the basis of Boeing, but on the basis that the Democrat plan didn't have a lot of bailout for the aviation sector. And 90% of American Airlines orders with Boeing, they're looking to cancel if they don't get stimulus from the government. So with swing trading, usually I'm trading on 6 to 18 month schedules on swing trading. So ACRX I've been holding since February of this year. So I've been holding that a long time. iPick's probably around the same time. ETM is a shorter trade, but that's like August to January, right? So we're talking 4 months at least on that one. Waiter, I've played several times already this year, so it feels to me like it's one play where I've gotten in and out and in and out and out. But that's been an 8-month trade for me as well. FSR was a play on 3 weeks. And again, that was an equity play where I saw the potential to get in at 11 and get out on the rise, and I did, and I took a profit, and that's great. Mara for me is a play into April, so this is, where are we now? We're in November, so that's 5 months out, this play that I took today. Space is on weeks. I know that the polls are saying that Trump isn't winning, but I'm seeing a lot of indication that the market is prepping for either eventuality. I think that we see the hype on pot stocks out the gate tomorrow, which would be similar to movement we saw here in Canada. When Trudeau won the election, the following day, those pot stocks all soared. They went to the heavens.
Didn't he like literally do nothing for pot though, like other than
Well, he legalized it. He legalized it, but he overestimated the value of it. That 80% of the market is still in the black market for pot is what's killing his theory. There's not hundreds of billions of dollars in it.
I thought it was just cheaper in the black market because like the government one is overly inflated because there's all the taxes on it, and that was their end goal to like they basically tax the shit out of it. But I thought it was a failed venture, and that it was cheaper to actually just get like something from your dealer.
Well, it is. The only issue with the dealer is the safety around what's in the drug, right? There's a lot of dope that's laced with fentanyl at the moment. And that's a huge concern. There's a lot of pot in Canada that's being laced with fentanyl. And so people are kicking the bucket by smoking pot with an opioid laced in it. Is trading my full-time job or a side thing? I am a digital marketing consultant. Have been for about 15 years. I do public speaking internationally. Speaking of which, guys, I will be speaking at an upcoming event. It's an online event. There are 20 speakers. I will be in the mix. There I am down there. I will be on how to use Twitter video effectively to build a business. But this is what I do. I'm a public speaker. I'm a digital marketing consultant professionally. I do hang out with these guys and trade in the market because I have the ability to do so while still running and managing my business, working for the clients that I have. So a lot of the work that I do is retainer consultancy, so they contact me when they need me. I do have a couple on-hand clients that I do the work for, but for the most part, I'm able to hang out here in the market and stream on Twitch. I'm also a partnered Twitch streamer. I'm also a partnered YouTuber, so those things are there as well, bringing a bit of a side income. I'm also a published author, and that brings me in a little bit of an income too on Amazon. There I am. Here's the book I have written. So I got a couple different things in the works. I would keep Tesla. If you have Tesla from back in 2017, I would keep it. Morgan Stanley can go cuck themselves. I don't really care what Morgan Stanley has to say at all. Legal pot is way more expensive, but you know exactly what strain you're getting. To me, that's worth it. Yeah. I mean, for me, guys, I'm diagnosed PTSD, so the government actually pays for my pot here in Canada, with the caveat that I have to buy it from a licensed medical dispensary. So I'm more than happy to buy it from a medical dispensary and knowing that I can claim 100% of it back on my taxes. If I can have the government pay for my pot, why not, right? There's no dealer in the world that can be free.
Millennial, we just need. I just want ETM to close above 180. That's where the monthly's sitting at.
Germany's largest lender, Deutsche Bank, has 340 million in loans outstanding to the Trump organization.
I think he canceled his website before. Remember? Or...
Yeah, I canceled my website. This month I canceled the website. What I've come to the reality of is over the last 5 years, every single job that I've ever had has come directly by referral. I don't need the website. It's my Twitter link. Okay, so what we'll do is I'll go here, edit profile. Voila. All fixed, all better. This will take you to YouTube now. This will take you to Twitch. There I am.
Done.
Hi, everybody. We are in Inception mode. Hello. And then there's the YouTube channel.
Is BlackBerry still a viable player now?
Yes. But BlackBerry is a 5 to 10 year play. You're playing it on self-driving. Do I have a Discord channel for stocks and trading? I do a morning call with the stock guy. And then I hang out all day with Martini, Rita, and the gang here in their Discord. It's not really a Discord channel for stocks and trading. It's just a place where a bunch of people that do trading hang out. I know there's a lot of Discords out there where it's like, oh, you come here and we're going to tell you how to play, and we get into plays together and we do it. I can safely say that in this community here, all of us are so different in how we trade and what we trade that that's not what's happening here. This is just a group of people that are traders that, occasionally we'll throw things out of like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? and it's a great place to just kind of get that insight and feedback. But nobody here is working together. You are welcome. If you are green in ETM though, that decision was yours. I didn't do that for you. You made the decision to pull the gun, and I'm proud of you for doing your due diligence and making a decision on that. But yeah, ETM's doing just fine. I'm up 2.5 today on the portfolio. I'm okay with this.
God damn it. I'll be back.
I was gonna say, if anything, if you join the Discord, people will tell you what not to do.
Yeah. You will frequently hear people say, I'm an idiot. I did a bad thing. I shouldn't have done this. The Amish are voting today. Check this out.
What's up?
Come on. Tell me you don't dig that. Love it.
Yeah, we're up 2.25 today on the long terms.
Here's Nigeria today. This is a pro-Trump rally in Nigeria, folks.
It's gonna be a crazy election, folks.
Going to be?
It already is, but I mean, how crazier can it get? We're about to find out. Stay tuned tonight at 7.
Highest rate of voter turnout since 1908.
That is crazy.
So the one thing that I find really interesting here, guys, is over $800 million has been spent in just the advertising to become president. The annual salary for the president of the United States of America is
300,000, 400,000, 400,000.
I think it's 400.
400,000.
$400,000. We have spent $800 million to get a job of 400,000.
The irony. The
Come
irony.
on, like, come on.
Oh man.
Yeah, so you're in a really good mindset then, Cicada. If somebody tells you, give me $500 and I'll teach you how to make millions in a month, the correct response to that is bullshit.
Brilliant spy.
Yeah, don't listen to him. He's a ginger. You're in the right place. He is wrong. You will not make millions.
No, he's not.
You will not. Well, you'll make millions if you started with 10 million.
Returns on that 500 in SPY, then that 500 go into that random
That's
Discord.
fair. That's fair. I would prefer you take long equity in something than play it on months. But yeah.
So that's why I said he's not wrong.
You won't make millions ever. Don't expect making millions. But that's a great way to come into it. Is like if you're trying to find the difference between a scam or half truths. Anybody that tells you I'm not going to tell you how to make your plays, go read and learn for yourself. Listen to that person. Make your own decisions. Go talk to a financial advisor. Open up a book. Go read some books on stock trading. Go read how Buffett did what he did, or go read how even somebody that I didn't like. Go read how Dalio did what he did. Bankrupted 2 or 3 hedge funds and eventually got lucky. Like go read up on people that have been in the market for 20, 30 years and see how they do what they do. The Amish are pro-Trump because he's super conservative. The Nigerians are pro-Trump because he's conservative.
Don't listen to Saki.
Yeah, please don't read. Well, I mean, you can read Davey Day Trader's blog, but read it as this is what you don't do. If somebody tells you that they took their bar mitzvah money and turned it into $1 trillion, no.
No. I love it.
I'm a big fan of, and this is what we do here day in, day out, guys, is I'm never going to teach you which plays you should or should not take. What I will teach you is how I go about making my decisions. Wall Street bets, again, more bad. These are all bad, bad advice. All of it. It's all bad advice.
Oh, man.
Has the hottest girls and the best Lambos. Yeah. You will never see a picture of me standing with a Lamborghini outside of a house with palm trees, unless I'm being arrested by the police, because I will have stolen that Lambo and I'm in a private community I shouldn't be in.
Rita's
And there,
here.
of course,
Just
Rita
popped.
joins as I'm talking about that.
Perfect timing, Rita.
Isn't it great? Fuck bitches get money.
Now, to be clear, guys,
Hot Mike.
you don't need to be a genius in order to trade the market. You don't need to have a pile of money to get started.
Yes, you do.
I started with 2,200 US. That's not a whole huge pile of money. Okay, save $100 a month for 2 years, and you're ready to get started.
That's a ton of money. That's a ton of money to somebody in the third world. Sorry,
I'm going to make the assumption that he lives in the US.
It's a ton of money if you live in Nigeria.
It's not a lot of
Talk
money.
to a
You live in
19-year-old.
Zimbabwe. You can save 2,200 in Zimbabwe dollars real quick.
If I started investing,
I'm pretty sure if you put it in Zimbabwe dollars, the equivalent, it would be a literal ass ton.
That's the official metric. You open up the brokerage, and the bid ask is 2 ass tons, 2 AT to 3 AT.
2 ass tons to 1 ass ton.
Absolutely. Slap that bid, hit that ass. Slap that bid, hit that ass.
Jesus.
I thought you slapped the ass.
Somebody's feeling good today. Somebody had their coffee.
Yeah, Graham Steffen's great.
I went to bed at 11 o'clock after we pushed Excel's car out of the garage.
Whoa.
So it could start.
What the hell? What did he bring down?
Kia Soul, baby.
He was driving in a Kia Soul, which he couldn't turn off because the starter was fucked up.
Oh my god.
All I can say is buy Korean, get Korean.
He could have taken. Hey, he had a parasitic drag. I could have taught him how to fix that. My dad had one of those.
A
Take
parasitic
out the
drag. It sounds like a ginger would know all about that.
Oh god. Everything I say just always turns so bad.
And then Saki comes into the fucking Discord, and I'm literally showing it, and Saki just goes, "What the fuck is going on?" And we're watching the car go back and forth in the fucking garage.
Man, I fucking missed that. Oh, I thought you got off last night. I was like, man, oh well. And then I got off at 11. Little did I know that there was a complete shit show going on.
These are atypical results, Cicada, but I started with 2,200. Currently, I'm at 24,000. So that equates to.
Who the fuck is he talking to you? Are you still on stream?
Yeah, he's streaming. That's why I said, "Whoa, hot mic entrance."
Yeah.
Oh. I didn't think he was still. Oh gosh.
So I'm up 1,100% on the year.
Doesn't still feel bad, but
I still feel bad.
You're up 1,100%.
Yeah, 1,100% right now. We'll see what ACRX does for me by the end of the week here, but yeah,
no,
I'm up
actually,
1,100.
You know what? I don't feel bad. This is what happens when you stream an entire full Discord into a Twitch stream.
You don't hear me complaining, do you?
Wrong.
I'm not complaining. Every time you pop in here and start popping off, I gain viewers. You are to my credit, madam.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's content.
You know that scene in Family Matters where like the episode's kind of boring, and then all of a sudden Urkel comes in the front door and everybody cheers. Like, you're my Urkel moment.
I'm not Urkel.
I knew you were gonna say that. Okay, it's like the Fresh Prince when the episode's kind of boring because it's been all about Jeffrey and Carlton, and then all of a sudden Will Smith shows up and people are like, "Yeah." So
okay, I can do it.
Yeah, I knew you could do that. Cicada, if you're doing long-term holding, long-term investing, there's no reason why you couldn't just get started and start getting into good long-term holds. Stocks like Tesla, AT&T, AMD. This is not financial advice. This is just my opinion. Like, if I could go back and get started.
Your opinion sucks. I'm sorry. If I had to hear you say that shit again, I started with 3,000 and it turned into an literal ass ton of stuff. If I have to hear that shit again,
So again, I did start with 2,200 and now I'm up 1,100% on the year.
You're an anomaly, dog.
I'm exceptional. Somebody told me once that I was exceptional.
I did that for 1 month and I can't reciprocate it.
replicate it. Does anybody
fuck.
remember who it was
Damn
that
it.
told me I was exceptional? I can't remember who that was.
Oh, I heard a bunch of crickets.
I think I
Oh, it
know
was
who.
Martini. That's right.
Yeah, I was
This
gonna say.
amazing lady named Martini. She will never pay me a compliment again, by the way.
Nope.
Yeah, like legit. If I have to hear, I turned 3,000 and it's 11,000. Again, I swear to God.
I'm gonna hear a
boop. Say that again, please, please, for the love of God, I beg of you.
It will
She's
happen at
already on
least
the
one
ban
more
button,
time.
bro.
I
Be
promise
careful.
that. Yeah, I'm gonna get quarantined. I know. I know that's the thing.
Quarantined.
What risk ratios do you guys feel comfortable with? I've started at 10% in a trade with a 1% at risk. So ACRX is a good example of that, where I took a loss of 68% and I was still in it.
Bro.
So risk management is not my forte. Chia Dog, you want to know how much money I started with? I started with 2,200, and right now we're at around 24,000.
Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this button. Oh, look at this.
That he asked a question. I didn't do it. Cold.
He gone.
That's cold.
Is he back?
That's cold. Where's the love? Where's the love?
Did you expect anything less from me?
Nope.
No.
That's exactly what I expect. That's what I keep coming back for. Panda.
Cold as ice.
Panda, that hurts, man. That hurts. Stoby, what is that snowflake? How did you get a snowflake?
I don't know. Why don't you hover over it and find out?
Damn.
I had
relief.
Well, I was gonna say I have to do the same thing because I couldn't tell you.
Stoby received a charity donation.
Yeah, I guess I had direct relief in 2018. Oh, you guys really should see my account age. I'm older than most Twitch viewers.
Following since 2020.
No, my account age.
Yeah,
how old my Twitch account is. It's
Stoby
11
was
years
created
old.
11 years, 9 months, 2 days ago.
He's got 12 followers. My man.
Technically, I think I created it before then, but that was when Justin TV switched over their account ages.
How do you get that? How do you see the age?
Just do ! account age. Work call. I'll be back.
Did I spell account age wrong? No.
Well, I did a bad thing. I opened the thing.
Everybody's trying to figure out how old their account is now.
I didn't spell it right. 8 years, 4 months. That's not bad. Is it better to invest in a lot in a few stocks, or spread your money as far as you can doing swing trading? There are multiple theories on that, which is why I'm saying, man, it's best for you to read up and become familiar with what you like. There are people that manage very few positions. I can only speak from my personal experience, where you can see that I am, in my equity portfolio, only actively managing 5 positions. There are people that have much bigger positions that manage 15 to 20, right? 30.
Millennial, mute yourself when you're targeting your stream.
Is there a right answer to that, Martini? Is there a professional, like, this is what you would be taught in a school answer, that you should try to keep it small or go wide?
For what? I'm sorry, I wasn't actually listening.
Yeah, if you were going to start a portfolio, is it better to focus on like 4 or 5 stocks, or is it better to go as wide as possible and just increase your holdings in those positions over 10, 15 years?
Your exposure.
It depends on what you're doing. I mean, are you
Let's say 10 to
taking,
15
like,
year
spending
trading.
money? Oh, you should concentrate, because it's likely that you're not going to have an edge over a broad range of stocks. Like, it's exactly why I zone out when somebody talks about, like, I don't know, like gold or silver. I'm like, I'm not a commodities trader. You know, it requires at least fundamental analysis speaking. I mean, the honest to God's truth is, Do whatever makes you an edge, but don't bet. You need a little bit of variety in your account. Like, I think I saw somebody's account had like all Tesla in it. I was like, that's fucking stupid. I mean, I just think you're more likely to get an edge with a couple of things. Like, if you decide to cover the EV sector, you know, there's just so much to know. And how much now, if you don't have a job and you're like somehow already rich and you can spend all the time in the world, like, maybe, but I don't know.
It sounds like, so he's a younger guy, but he can save up a decent amount of coins. So I assume that he has a job that he's able to save that money on. So, I mean, again, not financial advice. I think the best opinion that I could give you would be go educate yourself. Go learn as much as you possibly can. Read some good books. There's tons of great lists out there, good books to read. Go read some good books. Go read Buffett's biography. Really just get an understanding for how the market works, why long equity trading has shown to be consistently the best investment over 20, 30 years, and make your decisions on that.
I don't know. I think you need to be careful about the things that you listen to. The only people, literally, the only people you listen to are people who have a published track record of being right. There are professional people out there that have the dog shittiest of dog shit track records. And then all of a sudden you're listening to this asshole and you're like, oh, so I just learned how to not ride a bike. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of bad shit on the internet. So, I mean, Buffett's fine. But surprising people that are famous are actually having terrible track records. Like, I'll take what's the famous economist that was head of the Federal Reserve back in the day? Before Ben Bernanke. Anybody know?
No.
I'm gonna pull up all of them.
He popularized the phrase
Greenspan.
Irrational exuberance.
Alan Greenspan.
Yeah, he has a terrible fucking track record. I'm not lying. And that's crazy to hear, right? Because you're probably like, well, he was Alan Greenspan. He was at the Federal Reserve. Yeah, the same can be said about Ray Dalio. And
yeah. I had mentioned that to him before. Like, read Ray Dalio's book Principles and realize that he blew up 3 hedge funds before he created the one that he did. And the one that he has isn't really a massive win. I know a lot of people like to think it is, but it's not. User 000. User 000127255. Thanks for the follow, man. Much appreciated. I actually like Jay Powell. As far as head of Federal Reserve goes, I like Powell. I think in a really shitty situation, he's done a really good job. Oh yeah, guys. Please keep that in mind as well. Irregardless of how the election goes tonight, Antifa has made it quite clear that they are looking to cause trouble in the event that the election does not go the way that they like. As well, expect if Trump wins or claims to win, that there will also be riots on that side. I just want you guys to stay safe out there. So if you don't have to be outside tonight, don't.
Bro, I'm buying a bunch of food. That darkness hits, and I'm staying inside.
I already went out. Go on.
Going out today is fine. I'm just saying, like, something about darkness, there's just mayhem. And if people are already threatening it on the internet, there's people as head of organizations threatening it on the internet. So, and businesses have already boarded up in anticipation. Like, I think, I don't know. I think there's a great risk for tonight getting out of hand. And you could be driving and drive through an area where a protest turns into a riot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, guys, here are the pictures from New York. These are not like small companies that are boarded up here, right? This is Tiffany's.
Wow. Yeah, they said they done.
Like, they've just pieced out. If you're in a major urban population, LA, New York, Chicago, Detroit, like, please vote. I'm all for you guys getting out there and voting. Please do that, but go home and be safe. Go home and be safe. Stay out of the insanity. Martini, did you see this? The Lowell Gore Hunter sent this earlier, but DraftKings has a free $100,000 pool to guess the outcome of the presidential election.
In exchange for your information, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, of course you have to create an account, but
Yeah, I'll sign up. I'll do it with my fake burner email. Let's go.
where's that link? It's way up here.
My favorite one was when they did the Buffett one, where it was like, come up, win $1 billion if you get the final four or the whole bracket right or something.
Oh, you're talking about March Mayhem.
Yeah,
The
Yeah,
basketball.
if you
March
get
Madness,
the whole
yeah.
bracket right,
Or March Madness.
you get $1 billion. Yeah, and he sold that insurance contract for $250 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would agree. Regardless of who wins, we do not. How can we monetize riots? I already told you I have a DGLY play. Bring a crowbar when you head out to loot. I will neither confirm nor deny that is the play. Yeah, the spy's no joke. It's not playing around today. It took Pfizer's little blue pill and decided to go for a run. I mean, the real question is, in the event of civil war, are we going to go Iron Man or are we going to go Captain America?
I mean, this is why the courts were created, was to adjudicate this stuff. I mean,
That's right. This is a classy Discord where we learn big, long new words. If you don't know what adjudicated means, I recommend you Google it. But it is a wonderful term. It is applicable here, and you have learned something today other than a crowbar may not be the play tonight. So there's that. Look at Mara. Can confirm John Wick for president. At the very least, you know everybody's going to get a dog afterwards. I just got educated. Not educated, adjudicated. There's kind of a cool article that we looked at, Martini, that shows how LA is processing the mail-in ballots, and it looks like a really solid process.
what's that?
They've got so when the mail comes in, like the mail-in vote comes in, it goes through a 6-stage process before it's actually sent to be counted as a vote. So it comes in and they sort them immediately by, I'm not sure what AIR is. AIR. It's an acronym for something. I don't know what that means, unless they literally mean like it came in through airmail. So it came in from another state. Double signatures, no signatures, or signatures in the wrong place. So any potential errors on the voting. The second step is they run it through a scanning machine that validates the signature with what's on file, either at the state or federal level. It doesn't really specify. And then if there's a flag on it saying, well, the signature doesn't match what it should, they do manual revision of the signatures. And if they can't verify the signature, they contact the person who voted to validate the signature. Then they extract the ballot, sort it. If there's readability problems or it's not clear, they have to, again, contact the person and tabulate the vote. And then they box the votes and send them out to be shipped. So it looks like a sound process, but it's a laborsome process, and I don't know that they get through all the mail-in ballots by the end of today.
Are you like impressed about this?
Yeah.
I think it's disgraceful that we are one of the world's richest countries, and yet we are still mailing things that technology invented, or the USPS was like in the 18 somethings. Like, are we fucking crazy? We should just be doing Face ID plus voting. Like, this is dumb.
So here's California over the lot since 1852. It went Democrat, Democrat, Republican for like 10 years, 20 years. No, that's more than 20 years. 1860 to 1880, 20 years. And then Democrat won election for my buddy Cleveland. He was one of my favorites. He's one of my favorite American presidents. And then Republican for a whole bunch of years, and then progressive Roosevelt in 1912. And then Republican again, then about 20 years of Democrat, followed by 20 years of Republican, followed by Johnson, and then another 20 years of Republican, and then 20 years of Democrat. So, judging by this, it looks like we're overdue for California to go back red. It was in my lifetime that California was a red state. Clinton was the first shift from Bush to Clinton.
If California went red, I'd die. I literally. If California went red, I literally legit would.
Oh fuck no!
I mean, would that be hilarious to anybody else?
I'd have a blast with it. I would have an absolute blast. Because you know the next day that the Screen Actors Guild would be up in arms. The Hollywood said it would be blue, though. I would never be okay with Kanye West winning the election. Nope. Anybody who's ever ascribed to the flat earther theory, I can't see them getting behind the space program. You know what I mean?
See, at least Panda's giggling a little bit.
Yeah, guys, expect the election coverage that is going to happen tonight not to be serious. It's going to be a whole lot of laughs and a whole lot of jokes and a whole lot of drinks, and I'm going to smoke a little bit beforehand, and it's going to be a good time. Yeah, it's going to be a good time.
I was looking forward to this day ever since yesterday, actually. I thought it was going to be on the 5th, not the 3rd. But
it will be interesting too because it will be international. We will most likely have Kagri in here. He's in Japan and he's a German. I imagine we'll probably see Cybot swing through. Martini is American through and through, but she also travels the world quite a bit. She also has a decent amount of insight into the Latino vote. We've got Exiled, who's a Brit on Canadian. Redemption's Canadian. So there's a good mix of different perspectives that we're going to have. So it'll be a lot of fun. Why did I choose DGLY over OLN and SWBI? Irregardless of who is rioting, protesting, shooting people, body cameras are going to be a thing. It plays both sides of the equation, in my opinion. And ethically, I just feel better about buying body cameras over guns. Because I'm a Canadian. Hey. Yeah, Timu, the issue that I have with the flat earthers is like, where do you think the rockets go? You know, everybody's standing around watching these things live go into space. As a flat earther, where do you think they go?
I wake up to one of my favorite Twitterers saying the most ironic statement.
Twitterers? Which Twitterer? Is it Trump? Is Trump your favorite Twitterer?
Hold on, let me just put myself on open mic so I can go to it so I can read it quote by quote. Today we'll see business owners boarding up in case the party of love and tolerance loses.
Oh shit. Shots fired. That's gotta be Burry, right? It's gotta be Burry. He's the only one that would shit talk like that, I think. Let's go check out Cassandra here.
Oh my god. No, it's not.
It's not Burry?
No, but he said something similar the other day, but not. He's just not funny. He'll say it, you know. But it was really funny.
I've been saying Trump since the get-go. I think Trump is gonna win. As Martini would like to remind everybody, I've got Trump's big old orange schlong in my mouth.
You
What
do, bro.
the
It's
fuck?
it's a little munch, like it's a little munch.
Martini, Trump actually posted a 2-minute video of him dancing.
No way.
Yep. Yep.
How disgusting.
It says vote, 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 and then it's a picture of him dancing. And it's white. It is like he danced so white.
Oh my god.
He's got both hands up in the air. His feet don't move. He just moves his hands back and everybody do it. Do the Trump. This will be the new thing. You'll see this on MTV next week, right? Can we get like a little BTTV emote of Trump dancing? I love the secret security behind him with a mask, and you can tell that he's laughing at him.
I would too. That's
He danced so white.
Not very presidential.
Oh, dang it! I can't monetize the video. I just put a YMCA clip on the stream.
Can't you just delete it afterwards and then monetize it?
Yeah, I guess I could. Can't believe that his song is YMCA. Like, the other clip was funnier though. The clip where he flew into the Fortunate Son was the
that was. I just was like, "You're a fucking idiot. Are you serious? Like, that's an anti-war song. I mean, it's a good song, but it doesn't. It's not meant. They would roll over in their grave if you used it."
Martini, watch that video right there. That's my favorite, actually. The Amish video is my favorite.
Is AJ's chair still holding up strong? Teeny, do you know?
AJ's chair.
His computer desk chair.
I can go ask him. I haven't heard anything that it broke or anything.
All right, I'll message him because that might be one of my Christmas or birthday presents. Because this chair's fucking terrible.
Yeah, that was the biggest irony for C, was that Trump is the Fortunate Son. He literally dodged the draft. He is what the song is about.
Which is why it's so disgusting.
I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe somebody in joke was like, "Hey, Trump, the song's about you. You should totally go in on this." And he didn't actually listen to the song or know about it and played it.
Yeah, it's kind of gross.
I just want everybody to be safe out there. You know, I don't want to hear about people losing their lives or their livelihoods over this nonsense. Either way.
I hope nothing happens.
But the big lie of tonight is that who you vote for as a president honestly doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't.
No.
The votes that matter are the Senate and the House of Representatives. Honestly, a president without a House or a Senate that it is his same party is a lame duck.
You said
There's
lame
not.
duck?
I think the biggest branch to win on this election is got to be the Senate.
Yeah, it is the Senate.
Because if the Democrats win the Senate, they are going to try to pack the court. They will forever alter the Supreme Court of the United States. If you get a Republican Senate, they won't do squat. It'll just stay the way that it is. But if you get a Democrat Senate, you will see them pack the court. Yeah, it is a very dangerous slope because there is nothing to indicate that it would stop in one term, right? Like, oh, you added 3 judges? Great, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to add 3 judges. Oh, it's another 4 years, we're going to add 3 more. Eventually you're going to end up with 50 judges trying to make a decision on a Supreme Court ruling, which is just ridiculous. We need a Supreme Court judge from every state. It's dangerous and it's foolish. And I've heard people say, well, no, the Democrats would never do that. They would never create a policy that could hurt them like that in the future. To which I call absolute bullshit, because the only reason why the current Supreme Court process is the way that it is because the Democrats tried to push through supermajority rules and anti-filibuster rulings when they were in control of the Senate. So that the House for me is a nothing, because the House will do what it's been doing either way. It's just going to create outrageous bills for the party that wins it. The president is just a figurehead; it's a mouthpiece. The Senate for me is the one that we really need to be watching tonight in a big way. And what 2 weeks ago people were saying it looks very likely that the Democrats are taking it. As of this last weekend, I was watching Bloomberg on Monday, and there were people that are Democrat or left-leaning pollsters that are saying it looks an awful lot like we are going to get a Supreme Court or a Republican Senate, which would be nutty.
Real quick, y'all. I'm having a brain fart, but what is it called when people go and destroy buildings?
Rioting?
Rioting.
There's a big difference between a protester and a rioter.
Yes. Yes. For some reason, I had the word raid.
Does it permit one doesn't?
If you want to see what a protest looks like, guys, go ahead and Google Martin Luther King Jr., okay? Just Google it. You'll see the videos on YouTube of what a protest under King Jr. looked like. Here's a man that marched for black rights, and he did not burn a building. He did not light anything on fire. They brought out tanks and hosed them down, and police beat these people, and they didn't fight back. They didn't use fists. They didn't throw rocks. They didn't do any of that. They marched. They spoke, and they marched. That's what a protest looks like. Peaceful assembly. They were in the right, and King Jr., to this day, stands as a bastion of what protesting in the U.S. should look like. The current protesting, and not all of it, there is some BLM protests that were peaceable, that no businesses were destroyed as a result of. That's not what I'm referring to. The second you start hucking rocks in windows, spray painting buildings, lighting things on fire, assaulting officers, you are no longer a protester. You are now a rioter. It's a big difference. Burry's tweeting, by the way. He just retweeted Trump dancing.
Oh my god.
Of course, MLK was a Republican. Most people don't know this, but pre-1970, the party for the African American vote was the Republican Party. Uh-oh. Martini, Camping World Holdings is expected to take off as people are continuing to buy RVs.
Well, how is our little ETF doing? Our second wave ETF.
Well, I didn't build out holdings on it, right? We've got the stocks here, but I didn't build out actual holdings and positions. I guess I could do that now. You want me to just put them all in?
Just put like a little faux one.
All right, let's see if my job laughs at me.
Trump Biden dance off for the White House. I don't know. I feel like that would be really painful.
People, the whole world is going to be watching today, and it's hilarious because they can't call a winner today. There's so many states that can't even start till even the last vote gets in electronically.
And I've been saying this most of the morning that if Biden shows as the winner on early exit polls, Biden won. But if Trump shows as a winner on early exit polls, we don't know. What's up, Carrot? Okay, so we've got that in. Cab isn't showing up.
Finally got this email typed up. Jeez.
Are you just gonna like start streaming all day? Like, what is your plans?
It's just today. For the most part, I'll be stopping at 11. $80 viewers again though today.
copying the Microsoft team. Can you provide a case number with the below submission? Ma'am, I have a feeling that your team never actually submitted that paper.
2 days until the moment of truth. That's right. Most people here are not concerned as much with the American election as we are with ACRX earnings.
I am the real carrot.
I know that sounds cold, but that's the way it is.
Hey, you're at 79 people right now. That's pretty cool.
I got to be honest, I am really excited, Carrot. To wait 8 months, I mean, I always feel bad saying this because I know that like Martini's sitting over here and she waits decades for plays to happen, but I'm still really excited.
Oh, really? So when Tesla finally started going up after holding it for 5 years, people were like, I made so much money on Tesla. People were like, oh, I predicted this. And I was just sitting around and looking. I was like, really? Because I've been here for a minute. Dickheads.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like when I'm like, ooh, I'm excited. I waited 8 months for something to happen. You're like, bitch, please get on my level.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Why am I watching this guy? Jeez. Cheese and rice. Alright, I'm taking a lunch break. It's that time.
Yeah, Carrot, same for me. 8 months is a long time for my impatient ass as well. But I'm intrigued to see if the payoff is there.
Don't ask for a midday recap because I'm already clocked out, son. Peekity.
Reason for the ACRX dip right now? There isn't one. It's also not a big dip. Like, where is it? It's down 4 cents on the day. Like this, I wouldn't qualify this as a dip. Offering? What offering? What offering?
Go to your team settings. Go to privacy. So I made breakfast this morning only to put it in a Ziploc baggie and put it in the fridge and not eat it. Felt bad.
Oops, I did this wrong. Yeah, I've closed completely out of FSR. I'm completely out. I took $1,000 gain on. All right, there it is, guys. $1,000 holding in each of these positions. is the second wave thing. There's 55 stocks in this portfolio, so it would have been a $55,000 entry. So inception date was 11/33. Nope, not December. Inception date as of today. Starting capital was $55,000.
So is this kind of like your paper trading account, just tracking numbers?
Yeah, this is a
Without-
theory, right? So this is a second wave theory.
Okay.
We're already up $20 though. Yeah, baby.
Nice. I kind of like how this is set up. Super simple.
Gotta make sure this math is accurate though. K3 plus J3 plus N10. This is not accurate.
You're up $20.46, but in reality, you're down 54%.
There we go. That's accurate. Pre-market analysis, investing.com or Seeking Alpha. Lolo, why you gotta play me like that, man? I'll take $1,000. I'll take $1,000. That's not bad on FSR. Now you got to understand, guys. I am not going to continue to offer insight on FSR. It was not a long-term play for me. It was not a. I believe in the EV market outside of Tesla. I'm not. I'm not on that bandwagon. So, if that's you guys, I'm happy to look at it down the road. But I'm not going to have a daily check-in on how FSR is doing. Glad I re-entered space first thing this morning though. That's up 5%. Gotta update this resource link. So for anybody that wanted the second wave link, there it is. I'm gonna update that in the resource channel as well. Maybe that's not necessarily the right link. So let me just see here. Yeah, that's definitely not the right. How do I delete something? Anybody know? Top right corner, more, etc. Sometimes I am just such a pleb when it comes to this. I'm going to restrict that link because I don't want you guys using that one. That's got more in it than just the second wave. That's the link. I do hope it helps. I do. That was a brainchild of quite a few people, so definitely check that out. It is now down $27, so it is currently a losing strategy on 20 minutes. Okay, with that said, though, no, I'm not manually updating prices. It's doing that automatically. This is the price of entry. This is automatically updating from Google. Shouldn't Zynga be ZNGA? Where is Zynga? I don't see Zynga. Got it. Yeah, I would definitely not be manually updating all of those prices. That would be a pain in the ass. The only reason, guys, why I don't want to publicly share this is there's a couple portfolios. I don't know how it works, man. I'm a basic guy. I don't know. There are a couple of these that are repetitive ones that you can play every year that I kind of want to just hold on to. This one performed at an 18% gain. This one was a 4.5. This one's a 12.5. There's a bunch of stuff in here. Stocky stopped streaming. Uh-oh. Yeah, so the way that it works is, if you look at it, it's Google Finance, and then I have it select the cell, and then in this cell I have the ticker. So I don't even need to put in the term. I just put in the cell. So I just put a list of the tickers in the cell, and then tell this Google Finance, ping Google Finance for that ticker, and it pulls it. Yep. That's what we're looking at. Yeah, it's a pretty cool feature. I'm going to retweet this too. I'm definitely not a beginner when it comes to Excel, but I would hardly say I'm a seasoned professional when it comes to it. I know that there are people out there that do a crap ton more. Okay, so we got SPY coming down here, guys. Bum bum bum. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What are we doing into the end of the day here? That's a big old red candle. What should you invest in? Whatever your due diligence tells you is worth investing in. Tell you what you should not invest in. You should not invest in anything that somebody on the internet tells you to invest in. Ever. Invest in the thing that you have sat down with a professional financial advisor, as well as done your own research on, and are committed to a long-term play. That's my opinion.
Nobody cares about your opinion.
Opinions are like assholes, and I am one.
So Rita, you want to take a look at some dog shit for me?
Redemption, before we do that, where were you on the daily puts with the SPY here, buddy?
What? It's
Where-
not.
where-
It's not YOLO day though. It's
Where
Tuesday.
were you? Where were you? Look at this thing. 338.
Eh.
Don't F me.
I mean, come on. Did I not predict this? I do basically nothing. Possibly down.
Rita,
by
did
the
you
end
get
of
your
the day.
ping? I didn't get a ping. Did you get a ping?
It's not. It's not. It's not YOLO day.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Toxic Rita is back. Rita's not toxic. She just loves to give me shit. There's a difference.
Toxic Rita is here.
So I tried to input what this guy had trading wise. He says he's only risking about 135,000. I'm getting he's risking 1.3 million, but I don't know. Maybe I did it wrong.
Well, you're standing between me. But I decided to sleep all day so that way I could stream all night.
Yeah, I can't wait to stream tonight. That's gonna be a blast.
Are you still streaming?
Yeah. I've been muting myself though. I don't know if you've been around, but I've been muting myself when I'm talking on
Thank
stream.
fuck.
I don't mute you guys
At
though.
some
I keep you guys live. No, just kidding. I'll mute you. You let me know when you want me to mute you. You want me to mute you now? Yeah? Okay, you're muted. Yep. Yeah, you're muted. Well, it is 2 o'clock. Just give me 2 seconds here. I'm unmuted, guys, because I'm out of here. It's 2 o'clock. It's been a blast. You guys rock. Had a lot of fun. I will be back at 7 o'clock tonight in order to stream the election. So if you're not following, make sure you follow now. We will be back. I will see you guys later. It's going to be a blast. We're going to have a lot of fun. I will see you guys 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the election tonight. I will see you there. In the meantime, we should spread the love. So let's go ahead and raid. Yeah, let's raid half of it. Why not? Later.